Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama,
Rama Rama,
Rama Rama,
Hare Hare.
Hare Hare.
So welcome to our second retreat. So we are talking about the subject of heart and soul connection. So last time when we were doing the retreat, what was the topic? Sadachar, Vaishnava etiquettes. So which Vaishnava etiquettes you have learned till now? Tilak? Yes. Yes, Prabhuji.
Paying obeisances to the other Vaishnavas.
Paying obeisances to the other Vaishnavas, very good.
No blasphemy.
No blaspheming.
How to offer prasad and how to
Correct.
serve the devotees.
So offer to the Lord and serve to the devotees. What else?
Understood the levels of adhikaris.
Yes. The various different kinds of devotees. So Kanishta, Adhikari, Madhyam Adhikari and Uttam Adhikari. And how to actually, what were the characteristics of each of them and how to behave with each of them. How to treat them. I think those who are doing Bhakti Shastri, and they would have found out that the material is from Nectar of Instruction that we saw in the last retreat. What else?
You have seen who is the Vaishnava, who is an equal Vaishnava, how to behave with the senior devotees.
Yes. So how to behave with senior devotees? Any ideas?
We have seen on
Respect and
Sloka
respect.
in Bhagavad Gita. Asking submissive. Ask questions submissively.
तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्षन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस् तत्त्वदर्शिनः. So what were the three things which are mentioned in that? तद्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन. Yeah. So we have to approach the senior devotee in a humble mood. Then tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya. Pariprashnena. What is pariprashnena?
Inquiring submissively.
Yeah, inquire questions. So ask questions. Not in the challenging mood, but in a good mood that you want to actually get the information, get the knowledge and then progress, make spiritual progress. And sevaya. What is sevaya?
Service.
Yeah, render service unto him. So what happens after doing this?
Mercy comes down.
Yes. So the service goes up and the mercy comes down. The knowledge comes down and mercy also comes down. So through that then we can go up. So all these things come down and then we can climb using that and go back to Godhead. How do you, who's equal?
Peer.
Peer devotees. So everyone is equal?
Who has started at the same time,
Started at the same time.
same age group.
Same age group. So various different, yes, Prabhu?
No, I was going to say same level of advancement.
Same level of advancement. And how do you find out? By talking to them? Who's the equal devotee?
Same thinking,
Same thinking,
like-minded.
like-minded.
Depending on how much they are surrendered to Krishna.
So from your perspective, who's your equal?
Same interest in same kind of service.
We are lower than everyone.
Very good. No one is equal. How can you say somebody is equal? As soon as you say that I am equal to someone, then you are in trouble. You have to always think that I am the servant and this other devotee is my master, and that is why we call them Prabhuji and Mataji. By calling, automatically we are acknowledging that I am your servant. If you are equal, then why would you call him Prabhuji or Mataji? Isn't it? So you have to always take a humble position, but sometimes over a period of time, you develop some relationship. You find out that there are some like-minded devotees. They have made very similar advancement. It is very difficult to understand again that you have made a similar level of understanding or advancement or something. But over a period of time, suppose you find out that okay, and you're gelling with each other very well, then you can say that okay, we are equals. But it doesn't mean that a senior devotee who starts behaving very friendly with you, he becomes equal to you. As soon as you start behaving friendly with him, then the mercy will stop. Because then you are at the same level. For knowledge to flow and the mercy to flow, you have to have, just like the voltage, the current to flow, you have to have high voltage and low voltage. Only then the electric current will start flowing through it. If you don't have that high and low position, then the knowledge will not flow. And the knowledge will not have any effect on you. Isn't it? Okay, what else did we see?
Neophyte behavior.
What is a neophyte behavior?
He's more dutiful worship.
Yeah, so they are interested mainly in Krishna only. So they don't recognize any devotees. So they say that, oh, Krishna is there, my deity is there, and deity is only in the temple. Outside I can do anything. And he also doesn't recognize any other devotees. So he's saying, my relationship with Krishna, why the spiritual master needs to come in between? I can approach Krishna directly. So that is a neophyte behavior. So at least the good thing is they are recognizing Krishna. They are not saying that I am Krishna myself. That's a good thing. So that is good. What else? Anyway, it was a long time ago. So basically what we saw was Vaishnava etiquettes. And the Vaishnava etiquettes are the ornaments of devotees. So these ornaments, just like when you put ornaments, you look beautiful. Similarly, the Vaishnavas, when they have this proper Vaishnava etiquettes, by having those etiquettes, automatically the Vaishnavas they become glorious. If you are a Vaishnava and you are not following the etiquettes, automatically people will call names. They will say that, see, they are putting this kantimala, putting this tilak, and they are going in dhoti and kurta. But look at their behavior. They are shouting, they are angry, they are just like me. So how will they respect you? So the main thing is our etiquettes needs to be maintained. If you have proper Vaishnava etiquettes, then automatically other devotees as well as the common people outside, they will look at you and they will say that, oh, these people looks to be different. They look more happy and they have a nice culture. Let me actually find out how I can become like them. So just by our behavior, we can attract so many devotees. Isn't it? So there was this quote that I think we may have talked about last time. So it is not coming from a devotee as such, but it's a very useful quote. He said that we should preach all the time, and sometimes we should speak. What does it mean?
Talk about Krishna always. Preach through your actions.
Yes, preach through actions. He is saying that we should preach always, but sometimes we should speak. That means just by our behavior, our actions, we should preach. And sometimes if required, we should speak as well. So that is how it should be. Our actions should be more attractive. And just by your actions itself, people will get attracted. And once they are attracted, they will ask you, Prabhu, what do you do? How come you are always happy and you are always without stress, there is no anxiety in you? And then you can speak a little bit. You can say that, oh, I chant this mantra, this Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. You also try. Prabhuji gives the guarantee that if you do this chanting for 3 months, 4 rounds, 3 months, then you will see a considerable drop in your stress, anxiety, your goodness will go up. So you try it out. And automatically they will say, okay, if it has worked for you, I will also try. But if it hasn't worked on you, then they will not get attracted. Isn't it? Isn't it true? If they don't see any change in you, then they will say, what is the point? It did not work on you and you are asking me to chant. So they have to see some difference in you, and that will inspire them to make a progress. So that we saw in the last retreat. So this time we have taken a subject of Grihastha life, the married life. How can we use our married life to progress in Krishna consciousness? Now you may say that, oh, very recently His Holiness Vedavyas Swami Maharaj was here and he had taken the retreat, sorry, not retreat, but this seminar on Grihastha life. So what is the need of another seminar? So Maharaj only asked me to do Grihastha life seminar. So just to fulfill his instructions, I thought, okay, I will try it out. He has already given at the foundation the 12 principles that he talked about, and we'll briefly touch upon those 12 principles. And whatever we are covering today, though it is largely based on that, what Maharaj had already covered, you would find some different things as well. And we are doing very practically, so hopefully when you are going from here tomorrow, you would at least have some improvement in your married life. Now, how can I say that? It is actually depends on the attitude of the follower. So as nectar of instruction, very recently some of you at least were seeing in the Bhakti Shastri classes, we saw in the purport, Srila Prabhupada writes a beautiful statement. Progress in Krishna consciousness depends on the attitude of the follower. Now this attitude of the follower is then explained in the nectar of instruction afterwards. But what it means is, the progress in our Krishna consciousness, it all depends on us. It is not the preacher who is actually talking to you, because he will speak so many things. What are you absorbing? It is like a sponge. So if you have a sponge, and if it is already wet and it is already full with water, now you try to dip it in the river or anywhere, it is not going to absorb anything. So it depends on you. If you go like a full sponge, wet sponge, then you will not be able to absorb anything. But if you go with an attitude that I want to actually take something, I want to learn something, and I want to implement something in my life, if you have this need that I want to actually improve my married life. Now you may have already very good married life, but who doesn't want to be better at it? If your married life is really bad, you will have improvement. If you have okay marriage, you will have very, very nice marriage. And if you have very nice marriage, you will have more nicer. Finally, what is our goal of life? Is the goal of life to be the best Grihastha in the world? To go back to Godhead. So why are we teaching you how to be very good at married life?
So that we can practice together and go back.
Okay. Yeah.
So that we can support each other to go back to God.
Very good. To support each other to go back. Yes, Mataji, you were saying something.
Through this married life, to reach Godhead, we should practice more and more, and so that we can reach Godhead.
Yes. So very similar point, that we can actually use the Grihastha Ashram to go back to Godhead. Bharat Prabhu?
We can accelerate the progress.
Accelerate the progress. Very good. It is a tool, or it is a vehicle. So married life, and we will explain that further. If time permits, we'll explain that today. If the time runs out, then we will look at this tomorrow morning. What is the real meaning of Grihastha Ashram? And we will find out there that actually this ashram is, or any ashram is meant for going back to Godhead. So by being good at this ashram, I think this line is actually one behind each other, and that's why I'm not able to see you. So what you can do is you can shift little bit the chairs, maybe make like this, so that, yeah. And Jaya Mataji, if you want to actually come on the sofa here, I can at least see you.
No, I'm not here.
Okay. Thank you. So I can have now nice communication. Okay. So what I was saying, that if you have those challenges, or I think that box can be used for suggestions, questions, challenges, whatever you have about Grihastha life, that you can write, and anonymously you can put that in the box. And tomorrow, let's spend half an hour. And in the evening as well, if we have some time after playing games, then I can spend some time on those questions, if I have some questions today. So because we have long time, so after our session finishes, you can come anytime, put the questions there before 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock I'll do one check today, and tomorrow morning I'll do another check. And if there are any questions, then I can use those for answering. Other announcement is, there are some books. There are some new Telugu books that we have got, and there are obviously English books as well, which are kept outside on the table. So after the session, if you want to actually continue your journey on spiritual path, you can take one of the books, you can read, and utilize this time for more and more Krishna conscious thing. If you have service, do your service. Don't give the reason that Prabhuji asked to read the books. Okay. Last time I got a feedback that the prasadam was very good, and then because of that we were not able to concentrate in the beginning. That's why what I have done is, the theory part I have put in the end, so that by then you will be hungry and you will be awake. In the beginning I have kept some exercises, but before we go to the exercises, let's actually do this prayer for invoking auspiciousness. Om Adhyanatirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyata Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. So the first exercise is called bridging the gap. Bridging the gender gap. And the question is for Matajis. First question is for Matajis. What is it that you appreciate that men bring to relationships? Then Prabhuji's as well, there is a similar question. What is it that you appreciate that women bring to relationship? And for young adults that I have here, the question is, what is it that you appreciate that parents bring to parent-child relationship? So what we are going to do is, I have these papers. Why we are going to use these papers instead of whiteboard is that afterwards we are going to hang it everywhere, and during the exercise, this 2-day seminar, we are going to refer it back to it. So that's why, should I get a volunteer? Okay, actually what I'll do, I'll write it so that you can all participate in it. So how we are going to do it is, I want one point from Mataji's, one point from Prabhuji's, and then because there are two of them, we will go for, after 2 points each, we'll ask 1 point to them about the third group. So it's only 2 of you in the third group. I was hoping that Chatur Prabhu and Srihit Prabhu is in the kids program. Okay, that's fine. Hare Krishna. Are you all awake? Not sleeping? Okay. Trying to. There is one more exercise that we can do. We can all stand up. I'll show you what exercise we have to do. Maybe stand up. It's very, yeah. Keep your papers or anything down. Okay. Mataji, it will be very easy for Mataji to do it. Okay. Join your legs. Okay. Now, now put this one leg here on your knee. Here like this. So stand on one leg. Okay. Then raise your hands. Okay, don't fall. Okay, try to balance. Manu Prabhu, come on, you can do it. Now, what I want you to do, start walking. So this one leg, I want you to stand like on the only. I will do it. Okay, let's continue without standing on the fingers, the toes, and now stretch. Now look up. Okay, it was just to wake you up. So this exercise actually helps you in married life. How? Because you will be awake now and you will participate properly, and that way it will be helpful for you. It has nothing to do with this exercise. Has nothing to do with married life. Okay. First thing. What is it that you appreciate that men bring to relationship? So, what men bring to relationship? Matajis, what do you think? What is it that you appreciate that men is bringing to relationships?
I have 3 things to say.
How many?
3 things.
3, 1 only at a time. When the next time?
I'll find important things. Forgiveness.
Forgiveness. Okay. 1. Forgiveness. Prabhuji's. What is it that you appreciate that women bring to relationships?
You can say the same thing, right?
No cheating.
Appreciate that is required, bro.
Forgiveness.
That forgiveness is required.
What is it is already there, Prabhu, that you appreciate? That is what we want. I know there are some hands up. I can't see them yet. Okay. Yes, Prabhu. Purandar Prabhu.
Selfless service, bro.
Selfless service. So selfless service is appreciated. Okay, Mataji's. Yes, Mother.
Coming and helping with us.
Helping.
In everything, like cooking, washing, everything.
Okay. Help
50-50.
in course.
Equal.
In household course. Okay. Yes, Kirti Prabhu.
Delicious cooking.
Cooking. Okay.
Selfless service will cover it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Mataji's. Oh, your turn. Where is the third table?
No answer.
Okay, here, Prabhu. For you. I can use this. Okay.
Being helpful in every aspect of life.
Helpful in every aspect of their life. What? Parents bring. Helpful.
You want Shri and Chatur here? Because I didn't know that this exercise is this happening.
But if they are doing it, that's fine.
I'll check with them.
Yeah, if they are comfortable there, that's fine. Let them be there.
Yeah, okay.
Whose turn is it? Mataji's?
Not nice.
Okay.
Understanding?
Understanding. Really? Prabhuji is? Yes, Prabhuji, Bharat Prabhu.
Caring, Prabhuji.
Caring, very good. This thing is generally missing on this side. Generally, because I've seen that men are more logical. They don't think through heart, they think through brain. Okay. Mataji's side.
Prabhuji.
No, after 2 points.
Prabhuji,
Yes, Mataji.
loving relation.
So that is what you appreciate in men?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you mean by loving relation?
No fight,
Oh, no fighting. Okay. No argument?
no argument.
All Matajis agree this?
Everyone's shaking their head.
Not always,
Not always.
but sometimes.
Sometimes. No arguments. Okay, I'll put sometimes. Okay, Prabhu's.
I have something to add to that. They've been married so long, Dad doesn't argue anymore.
Okay, we are not talking. We are not talking individual things. Okay, the other thing that I want to mention is whatever is actually getting discussed in the room, please keep it inside the room. Okay? Let's not take it outside, and that is why the video that is being taken is only for all of you.
Yeah.
Okay? If you want to actually refer to it afterwards. And in fact, initially I was thinking that I will not even share it with all of you as well. But because of some of you have got dropped off at the last moment, I have decided that okay, we can share with at least with them. They wanted to come, couldn't come at the last moment, so that we will share it with them. But don't share the audios, videos to other people who are not part of the program. Okay? Fine. Your turn.
Grooming kids.
Okay, taking care of. Okay. Kids.
Looking out at the kids.
Fine. Service. So you get service. Mataji's. You had 3 points, Mataji. Where they covered?
Patience.
Patience. What is the second point? I can write it here. Third point.
Spending time.
Spending time. Patience. Okay. Here. Those of you who haven't spoken yet. Saranand Prabhuji, what do you appreciate that going to bring to relationships?
Most of them are power.
Yes, Prabhu.
A quick question first, is it what women do bring to a relationship or
What do you appreciate?
what we would like them to bring to a relationship?
No. What do you appreciate that they bring?
Okay, right.
Already they are bringing
Okay, so I would have, the first thing that pops into my head is the emotional balance.
emotional balance.
So it creates a yin-yang balance.
Okay, emotional balance. Anything on this side?
Supporting devotional progress.
Okay, spiritual progress.
Social progress.
So help in spiritual progress. Yes, very true.
Understanding the body language.
Body language. Okay. So body language.
sometimes. I know what you're thinking.
Okay, Mataji's, any more points?
Responsibility.
Responsibility. So you appreciate that men take responsibility. Anything else from the Matajis? What do you appreciate in men? What are they bringing in the relationship?
Money.
Money, yes.
Leave the credit card with them.
That's a very good point.
Financial.
Yeah, financial security that they're trying to bring.
Credit cards.
Anything else from Mataji's?
Love, Prabhu. Love.
So, this side?
Yeah.
What group? Okay. Simplest relationship, caring, okay. Love.
Hygiene.
Okay. So,
House clean. Clean and
Home.
clean.
Actually, Prabhuji, no cheating.
no cheating, okay. So they are, what is the right word?
Means
They are chaste. Chaste.
faithfulness.
Faithful.
No, faithful to. Yeah.
Faithful. Very good. Nice.
I'm not sure the exact word of how to describe it, but because they take care of all the homely duties and the children and stuff, it puts less pressure. You know, as the male, you can focus on what your duties are.
Okay.
You know, so
So I think that balance was there somewhere.
that's more emotional about. So I'm talking
Emotional
about
balance.
dutiful. You know, the
Home economics.
yeah, the
Selfless.
homely.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I can add another point. So balance is the responsibility.
Yeah, yeah.
Balance of responsibility. Anything else from Mataji's side, please?
Guidance.
Guidance. So which kind of guidance? Spiritual progress? Or
Anything.
anything.
For the family.
okay.
Guiding.
So guidance. Anything else from Mataji's side? Who hasn't spoken yet? Mataji. Srilata Mataji.
Many things cover some of like the same thing, caring.
Anything else on this side? Like I'm giving some chance to Mataji first. Okay. Now I'm focused on you two. Tell me 1 point each.
Like teachings.
Life teaching. Values. Is that what you're saying? Values. Okay. Madhav Prabhu? Encouragement. Wow. Yes, very good. Encouragement. Excellent. Yes, Prabhu.
So I'd like to add, because I'm a child also.
That way everyone is.
Yes, so
Okay.
I'd like to say, you know, experience and knowledge, and so when you need advice, they've always got maturity about them. Or maturity, maybe?
What is the
Guidance.
guidance again? Bharat Prabhu, you're raising your hand. No? Okay. For any of the 3 boards, anything that you want to mention? Obviously, men shouldn't mention about what you are bringing to relationship, about yourself. Yes, Vinay Prabhu.
Yeah, so encouragement in women brings encouragement.
Encouragement.
Yes.
Yes.
Everything. Encourage whatever men need.
So, yes, Bharat Prabhu.
Yeah.
Support when you are going through tough time. So, is that covered anywhere?
No, brother.
No?
Would that be emotional balance?
Support in tough time. I think there were 1 or 2 offenses more here. Privrat Prabhu?
Caring the parents.
Oh, taking care of parents as well.
I lifted my face hand for the children.
I'll just say support the entire family.
Yeah.
Very very good point that you have raised.
One
Excellent.
adjustment.
Adjustment, flexibility. What Mataji is. See, the Prabhuris are appreciating so many things in you, and there are no hands going. See, 15 points I am writing here. Only 9 points you appreciate.
Prabhuji.
Just a minute, let me write this last point. What was it?
Adjustment.
Adjustment. Can you open one of the windows somewhere? It is becoming very important. Okay. Any more?
Supporting Prabhuji.
Support. Guidance is already. So what kind of support you're saying?
In job or in any line, Prabhuji, we are suffering with that. If we get a support,
Emotional support.
emotional support.
I'll just write support for now. Anything else?
Prabhuji.
Yes.
Marriage is nothing but to understand each other.
Understand each other.
Yes.
That's a generic statement. I want something specific. That
Understanding which is already there.
understanding is already there. Understanding the third point is already there.
Protection.
Good and bad time.
Good and bad time. Yeah.
Them.
I think
That
we
is
have
support idea.
put that somewhere. Support, I think support will cover that. And supporting in good and bad time. Something was
Protection.
protection. Very good. So what kind of protection we are talking about here? So what do you mean by protection? Socially. Anyone else want to elaborate on that protection point?
Financial or social or
Financial.
All sort of
protection.
protection.
Not child, but I'm talking, social and financial.
Okay. Socially and financially. Anything else?
Sharing, Prabhuji. Sharing secrets and everything.
Guhyam adhyati prachati. Guhyam adhyati prachati.
Confidential.
So should I say that instead of sharing the secrets, because we are talking about Guhyam adhyati prachati, can we say friend?
Yeah, friend.
Friendship? Because that is what we are saying, right? That we are able to actually share our secrets because they are so close, so friendly. Friendship. Anything else from you? No? Okay. I think we have enough points to go ahead. You have some more points?
Homework. With kids homework.
Kids homework. No, Prabhuji is going very specific. Kids homework. So,
You appreciate that?
yes, that's good. Good point.
Maybe both one.
Yeah. School homework. Okay. Great. I think we can move on. Yeah. So is it visible? This is not the only exercise. We are going to spend almost like 45 or 1 hour in doing various group activities. See, already you all know how to be a good husband and wife. Only problem is we don't implement it. So, my point is, instead of actually I telling you all the secrets, you already know it. So you can learn from each other. And then we will also see some Vedic understanding afterwards, if time permits, today or tomorrow. Bridging the gender gap continues. Now this is again similar exercise that we are going to do. But here we are going to do it in groups. We can do 2 groups of Matajis and 2 groups of Prabhujis. So question here is, what did you want men to know about you which they don't generally understand? How many times I have to tell? The same thing I have to repeat every day. If you have that feeling that every time I tell them but they still don't understand it, isn't it? And then Prabhuji is also similar thing. What did you want women to know about you which they don't generally understand? Is that clear? Because for children, as young adults, only 2 are there. Should we skip that exercise for you? They are quite happy. If you really want to do, you can use that board and continue there. Exercise is clear? Yes, Prabhu.
Sorry, Prabhu. I think it's good to know from their point of view as well. Like, like we have kids as well. So it would be really good what they want to.
You don't think of like your mind generally.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that's why actually I said, because it will become too specific. If there were 2 or 3 more kids, we would have done it. Otherwise it will become specific. So the advantage of doing in a group is that the husband doesn't know who has said this, wife doesn't know who has said this, and they are free to mention all these points. That's the very good advantage. Okay, but what you can do is, personally, you can repeat these exercises at your home for your kids as well. So just like the parent, we are doing husband and wife, you can do it in parent and child relationship as well. And you will actually gain quite a lot from these exercises. We are going to use these points afterwards, after we finish the second exercise. So if you can, so the first 2 rows is one group, the last 2 rows are the second group. Here as well you can split yourself equally. There are boards out, so one board is there, one board is behind you.
We need to write on the board.
Yeah, on the paper you have to write, because we are going to stick it here. All the papers afterwards we are going to stick here. So is that clear? So you have 7 minutes to discuss and then 4 minutes to present. So there will be 4 groups, 4 minutes to present. Clear? Your time starts now. So 1, 2, the third board is here, and the 4th board you can use here.
I didn't understand properly now. And you please explain what
We can do 5. We can 5.
Okay, here.
Yes.
One group is here.
You got 4.
that point what is like that you
Okay, you have to make it.
Okay. So Prabhus are going to tell us.
Our team is coming Yes. They can see now. They can see the board.
So the Prabhus are going to tell us this from this group, the first group. What did you want women to know about you, which they don't generally understand? So it is about what they don't like. Okay, Prabhu, start.
So, Hare
4
Krishna.
minutes, huh, Prabhu? 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah. I would like to start by saying that I've made a disclaimer that I didn't come up with all of these points. I had assistance. The first thing is that we are inwardly, we care, but we don't always show it. You know, So we might make decisions or do things, and we might be straight up about it, but internally we do actually care about what's happened. Punctuality. So all the Prabhujis except me in my group are very punctual, so they would like Mataji to know that they like to be on time. In my relationship, it's the opposite. Not to use processed food. It's a pretty straightforward one.
Don't use garlic and onion.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The decisions that we make, we base them on long-term benefit of the whole family, as opposed to a short-term benefit or doing fulfilling a need here and now. We have got the responsibility to take care of the whole family, not just for now, for the whole life. So our decisions are based on that. Number one point, it's got the star next to it, is that we don't like gossip. Especially through the social media and through mundane talks, Gujarati, in Gujarati they say Mari Dadi. We don't want, oh, this person did this, and did you hear about this person? We're not interested in that sort of talk. It's part of Prajogba. Don't like comparisons with other people and other families and other people's situations. We're in the situation that we're in ourselves, and we've just got to deal with it as best we can. If you come to us with a problem, we will try and find a solution. That is our natural thing. If you have a problem and you're telling us about a problem, our mind starts thinking, okay, how can I solve this problem? If you don't want the problem solved, tell us before you even start telling us the problem. That I'm just telling you to get it off my mind. Don't try and think of a solution. Don't be overly body conscious, because we appreciate your inner beauty. Trust that we have, whenever we're making decisions, this goes to the number 4 as well, is that trust that we've done the analysis, and don't overanalyze yourself thinking, oh, but this could happen and that could happen, and what about this and what about that. Sometimes you just got to deal with problems as they come up, and trust that we've done the analysis. And we are happy with what we have. So we just appreciate destiny, that sometimes we may get things or we may not get things in our life. Some people will have more, some people will have less, but just be happy with what we have, because we're not the controllers of everything.
Good.
Yeah.
Very bold. So this group was quite courageous.
One point to add, Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu.
Kirti Prabhu agreed to everything, so that's why he wrote.
What are you trying to do, Prabhu? This is making
Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Please concentrate. Now we are going to go to Mataji's group, where Matajis are going to tell us what do they want to tell. So what did you want men to know about you which they don't generally understand? So many times they have been telling you guys, us guys. But we did not understand. So who's your spokesperson? Who is this group? Jyoti Mataji? Okay.
Hare Krishna. Maybe some of the Prabhujis may understand, are familiar with some of the words, but keep it with you if you know, but don't tell it. So the first thing is, give time to kids and family. Don't show anger to kids while doing homework with them. Clean the house all the time. And if the wife is doing the house, keeping the tidy, don't get irritated, because keeping the house, clean is very important thing. Don't keep the wet towels on the bed. Maybe it's easy for you. Don't argue with the almost teenage children. In the house, sometimes we'll have children, teenage children. So understand wife's feelings and spend time with the wife. Don't read too much news. Please don't check too much WhatsApp messages. And some Matajis have a problem with the Facebook messages. So, and office mails. Some Prabhujis with the office mails. So, There are many Prabhujis includes here, so give me opportunity to do some outdoor jobs. Maybe it's like, yeah. Straight point. One Mataji almost satisfied, not many complaints, so not many to write. Talk softly and humbly.
Well done. Okay. Which group we are going to now? Okay, so we'll do zigzag. Okay, so let's go to that group, Prabhu's group. Who's the spokesperson there?
Initially, it was Purandar Prabhu. After Kirti Prabhu has presented, Purandar Prabhu changed his mind actually. Where is the Mataji? Mataji should know. Mataji is not there.
Okay, everyone please focus here now.
Hare Krishna. So we have come up with these 9 points. So not being smart. So it's not about me.
Okay, don't joke. Let them present.
Smart being. They're smart beings.
Okay. We want them to be smart actually. So sometimes like they do repeatedly certain things although we teach them smart ways, they keep doing the hard ways to complete that particular task. So we have to keep telling many times, but still they do that. So that's one thing which they teach. This is women doing. Yeah. Women not being smart actually. Okay, that's what I mean. Not all women. So, not attentive. So when they are doing something, they'll be thinking something else. And say, for example, in kitchen they keep, put their hands here and there, and sometimes they get these burns, cuts and all. Because they are not attentive, sometimes they'll be focusing somewhere else. So they have to be attentive. And we keep saying that, but they keep repeating. So lack of listening. So they talk, but they don't listen. It's not about my wife. Anyway,
you will get lunch today.
Many disclaimers are coming like that.
I'm being safer side. Because there is a proof also. Being recorded, so it's not about you. And then false ego, so stubborn, so they're too stubborn sometimes. So the way, so they don't listen and no, I'll do this way only. This is my way of doing. So because this is something belongs to women, so we know better than you. That's the kind of. Sometimes they are very stubborn. Say that. So that's one thing, and another thing is being partial to their parents. It's not about me again. Some other Prabhuji. So being partial to their parents. So they take it more like when you go to India also, they wanted to visit their parents only. And they wanted to stay with their parents, they don't want to come here. So.
My in-laws are here only.
Yeah. So, okay, and then demanding and commanding. So, yeah, so some Matajis are like that.
So is that you, Prabhuji?
That is from that is from Prabhujis to Matajis. So, poor financial management.
Poor minor.
Okay. So, yeah, budgeting and all. So they don't plan it properly. And time management, straightforward. So immature. So they don't understand the body language sometimes. So when you're angry, you should have actually.
Eyes.
So based on the situation, sometimes you should be able to understand.
Time, place and circumstance.
Yeah, time, place and circumstance.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so the last group. Let's see what Matajis are trying to tell Prabhujis here. Okay, who's the spokesperson on this side?
Jai Mataji.
Jai Mataji.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to present, so I'm going to present. Okay. First problem that we discussed was buying online and without comparing the price. So buying whimsically what they need
That poor
without
man is then
thinking
here.
the long
Poor
term.
finance.
Lack of patience with things around materially or spiritually. Lack of planning. And please don't give us free advice. And
You don't listen anyway.
and no proper response. And they always think it's not important to tell us what their decisions are. And no consultation prior to making a decision, in the middle of it or after. So, and not helping around the house and family, and kids' homework is there. No time management, postponing the work, procrastinating. And that one was from Mataji, that same coming back from the Prabhuji's. No interest in the Mataji's family.
Every time they will tell to stay with their family members. When we go to India also.
Same. Okay.
So it is balanced now.
Balanced. Okay, very good. Well done. Thank you very much. I think each of the group, because we are just going to post it there, just like we have put a title there, what men bring to relationship, what women bring to relationship. Each of the places, can you actually mention, like Matajis want to let Prabhujis know or something like that. So what did women want to know about you?
What women don't appreciate.
Yes, what women don't appreciate, what men don't appreciate. So on these two boards you can write what men don't appreciate. That board as well, what women don't appreciate, you can write. So welcome back. I hope it was very informative, useful exercise. So in the two exercises, what we have seen till now is from both sides, from men's, from Prabhuji's side, from Mataji's side. So Prabhuji's have explained what they appreciate in Mataji's and what they don't like. And the same thing has been done on this side. Like Mataji's have mentioned what they like from Prabhuji's and what they don't like, what they don't appreciate what Prabhuji's are doing. Very interesting points. I did do a quick summary of both, like 4 boards. So what women don't like is there is no patience, unnecessary free advice which is being given. When you are not asking for advice, you are getting advice. Then no consultation. So they are thinking that you are taking the decisions. The Prabhujis are just taking their own decisions without consulting with them. Not helping much in the household duties. Then they are expecting that you be very good, speak nicely, don't shout. Then spending time with them. Instead, there were comments about time. Lot of comments that you are spending time on emails, on Facebook or on WhatsApp, but not enough time with me. And lot of arguments. And when from the men's side, what they don't like is they are caring from internally, but they are not expressing. And then you are complaining that you are not caring, you are not caring. And then they don't like gossips. They come with the problems and you get solutions. So what's wrong with it? You told me the problem and I have to solve it. So that is what I am trying to do. So why are you upset now? Then very much body conscious. The financial planning is poor. I think the financial planning poor I saw on both sides. So both think that each other they are financially not managing properly. Anyway, if you have some specific concerns about any of these points, you can put some question. We are not going to discuss each of them separately, but if you really actually want to some advice on any of those, myself and Anagmandiri can definitely try to help based on whatever knowledge that we have. We are only married for 17 years.
Only 17 years.
Okay. She knows. So when we have done this, we have attended something similar before when we went to ISKCON Leadership Sangha last year maybe. There was one Prabhuji from Grihastha Vision team. So we wanted to actually do some seminar for all of you. So we were attending a seminar to understand how to systematically do this. And there one interesting point that came up, which I liked and I have noted it down here. So Prabhujis, when they were talking about Matajis, they were saying, when we say we will do something, we will do it, but not now. So when Prabhuji say that, okay, I will do it, the Matajis start expecting that immediately, yes. Why haven't you done? Why haven't you done? So the Prabhuji is saying that we will do it, but at our own time, not now. So don't nag us. So the main point that we should understand from here, that you are not alone. So wherever we have seen similar exercises, very similar points come up. It is not that your case is unique. Now when you are talking with other Matajis and when you are talking with other Prabhujis, you would have found out that there is a common theme. It is not only your household. All households are like that. In Marathi, my mother tongue, there is a saying called Gharo Ghari Mati Cha Suli. So all the houses, there are going to be some stoves which are made of soil. So in the olden days it was a saying. So similarly every house is going to be having an oven. Everyone has to cook. Similarly, all houses or every household is going to have similar problems. And when we were seeing before that what you are appreciating in others, you would see very common themes there as well. That women were actually they were liking the security or the protection and the responsibility that men are taking. Whereas from the men's side, you would see that they are appreciating about you is your caring nature, then your emotional support, then the taking care of kids, taking care of the entire family. So you would see that there are themes going on there. Now, so first of all, so everyone goes through similar challenges. It's a normal part of learning to live together. So this is the first thing that we need to understand, that we are not same. There is this propaganda that men and women are the same and they should have equal responsibility, equal rights and everything equal and whatever. But that's not going to be possible. We are different. Men are different and women are different. And you can also see that there are themes like the emotional thing or the logical thing. There are two separate things which are coming from. So men are more logical and they are, as we were mentioning before, they are thinking from their brain, whereas the women are thinking from their heart, which is very good. Both these differences, when they are coming together, it's like a solid, useful combination. If you are having, this example is about, so suppose somebody is have very high IQ. So very high IQ, what will it tell you? What is right and what is wrong? Very high intelligent quotient is there, so very high IQ is there. So using that IQ, any problem comes, you will say, this is right, this is wrong. With that IQ he can say. But with the same person, if that person doesn't have very high EQ, emotional quotient, then no one will like that person. Because he doesn't know when to say you are right and you are wrong. This person will go everywhere and say that what you are doing is wrong. This person is doing right. Who will like it? So if you have high IQ and low EQ, is a very deadly combination. Whereas in the men, generally what we are saying is the logic part is more and here emotion part is more. When you are coming together and if you start thinking together, you will have high IQ and EQ together. And that way you can actually use this combination to solve the problems of life properly. So we'll give some examples, but let me go to the next slide where we will talk about that more. So there are skills and attitudes that can be learned to improve relationships. And we don't have to go far. If you actually, once this session is over, you can actually review what you have written here. So these two boards which you appreciate and these four which you don't appreciate. And then you can see what you can actually, how you can improve. So how you can bridge the gender gap. So we talked about these differences. So are these problems? So we have this difference. Is that a problem? Why not?
It is more understanding. Understanding and dealing with situations.
Depending on the time, place and circumstances, how you actually look at it, based on that it can be a problem or it will not be a problem. Actually, I want to give you a quick quiz. This is a puzzle, okay? Using only one line, I want you to make it 6.
Yes.
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 2 lines?
2 lines. So what number is this? 9. So Roman 9.
I can make it. I just thought of it. I didn't know it before.
There is one. You want to try?
Are you going to go? Make it 6?
Yeah.
Shall I? That's one line.
That's what Mataji also said. Sindhu Mataji. Very good. Well done. I was ignoring you purposely because that was the solution.
Oh no, that's 4. I was going to say you could put a B there.
Yeah, I was thinking of those lines as well. But that's probably how we have to make 2 lines.
4, yeah.
So the purpose. Thank you. The purpose of that exercise was the paradigm. How we look at it. If you keep thinking about the Roman number 9, then it is very difficult to understand that how to make it 6.
Maybe
But if you
maybe not everybody here has a mathematical mind. They were Roman numbers.
Oh, okay, possibly. But anyway, so that is the logic. So instead of thinking about the Roman number 9, I and X, and people try to actually remove this line and put it here. So you keep thinking about the same thing, whereas just by thinking differently out of the box, you can actually think different ways, and the problems can actually become assets. We are thinking about those as problems, but it can be assets. So I'm going to show you a video clip. This you would have already seen many times because this is quite popular, but this is very apt, very relevant. So I'm going to show you.
Once upon a time.
Okay, because Vijay Prabhu is outside, I will wait for him to come back. Okay.
Time, a turtle and a rabbit had an argument about who was faster. They decided to settle the argument with a race. The turtle and the rabbit both agreed on a route and started off the race. The rabbit shot ahead and ran briskly for some time. Then, seeing he was far ahead of the turtle, he thought he'd sit under a tree for some time and relax before continuing the race. He sat under the tree and soon fell asleep. The turtle, plodding on, overtook him and soon finished the race. Emerging as the undisputed champ, the rabbit woke up and realized that he'd lost the race. The moral of the story is that slow and steady wins the race. This is the version of the story that we've all grown up with. But our version of the story continues. The rabbit was disappointed at losing the race, and he did some thinking. He realized that he'd lost the race only because he had been overconfident, careless, and lax. If he had not taken things for granted, there's no way the turtle could have beaten him. So, he challenged the turtle to another race. The turtle agreed. This time, the rabbit went all out and ran without stopping from start to finish. He won by several miles. The moral of the story? fast and consistent will always beat the slow and steady. It's good to be slow and steady, but it's better to be fast and reliable. But the story doesn't end here. The turtle did some thinking this time and realized that there's no way he could beat the rabbit in a race the way it was currently formatted. He thought for a while and then challenged the rabbit to another race, but on a slightly different route. The rabbit agreed. The turtle and rabbit started off. In keeping with his self-made commitment to be consistently fast, the rabbit took off and ran at top speed until he came to a broad river. The finishing line was a couple of kilometers on the other side of the river. The rabbit sat there, wondering what to do. In the meantime, the turtle trundled along, got into the river, swam to the opposite bank, continued walking, and finished the race. The moral of the story? First, identify your core competency, and then change the playing field to suit your core competency. The story still hasn't ended. The turtle and rabbit by this time had become pretty good friends, and they did some thinking together. Both realized that the last race could have been run much better. So, the turtle and rabbit decided to do the last race again, but to run as a team this time. They started off, and this time the rabbit carried the turtle till the riverbank. There, the turtle took over and swam across with the rabbit on his back. On the opposite bank, the rabbit again carried the turtle, and they reached the finishing line together. Both the turtle and rabbit felt a greater sense of satisfaction than they'd felt earlier. The moral of the story? It's good to be individually brilliant and to have strong core competencies, but unless you're able to work in a team and harness each other's core competencies, you'll always perform below par, because there will always be situations at which you'll do poorly and someone else does well. Teamwork is mainly about situational leadership, letting the person with the relevant core competency for a situation take leadership. And that is the end of the story.
So what did you learn from it?
What is a team?
Once upon a time, a turtle and
what is the moral of the story? How is that relevant for us here?
Some situations, why this like that?
Here is that.
Both have strengths and learn to work together.
Both has?
Both have strengths and we
Strengths, yes. So both men and women have their own strengths, which are very clear from the boards that we have actually found till now. If we use the strengths properly, we can actually win easily and we can be more satisfied. What else? Probably you are saying something.
More or less. In some situations, wife is a rabbit and husband is a turtle. Another situation,
yeah. So core competencies we have to understand, our own core competencies if we understand. So we can be actually very good in some areas and the other party will be very good in some areas. If we actually join together and make a team, then actually we can achieve newer heights. So the same thing that we are talking about, these problems will become assets if we actually use them properly. These differences can become assets if we use them properly. If there are both husband and wife exactly same, then it doesn't mean that it will be a good relationship. Just like very smooth surfaces, if the smooth surfaces needs to be sticking together, no matter what you try to do, the bond remains very weak. But if you take a sandpaper and sand it little bit on both sides, and then you try to make a bond, then it sticks, it is a better bond than the smooth surface. So same thing happens here. If both are exactly same, then the bond will not be that strong. So these differences actually are assets, because that will actually make sure that your bond remains stronger. So try to learn to use these differences as assets, and then you will make a lot of progress. That is the first thing to take home. Okay? So what we are seeing here is men, I think we have the common points that we mentioned here. Understand the need for emotional connection instead of problem solving. So what men should understand is that when Matajis come and say, your wife comes and says that some problem she mentions, don't jump to directly fix it. There is no solution required. Understand that there is no solution required. They are not coming to you for solution. Simple solution is, suppose somebody says that such and such thing happened at work, or this person said this to me, and immediately, oh, you should have actually said this to that person, like the Prabhujis will immediately give some solution to it. And then wife gets frustrated. And the Prabhujis don't understand why the Mataji is getting, like the wife is getting frustrated. I am giving solution, nice solution. What is the problem? And they don't understand that, so from Prabhu's side, he is completely logical. He is saying, I saw the problem, I gave the solution, I don't understand why she is frustrated. From Mataji's side saying, every time I go to share my emotions, and what I get is some solution, some dry solutions. I want some emotion, I want some emotional support, which I am not getting. Simple solution to this is, men, if they understand that there is no solution required to the problems, there are no problems to be solved. So write it down in your notebooks if you have, and underline it. There are no problems to be solved.
So I have a question, because Mataji was looking quite smiling at me when you were telling that. So my question is, so from our mentality, right, when someone comes to you with an emotional problem,
yeah,
and then they could come multiple times with that same emotional problem,
yeah,
where should the Prabhujis understand, okay, now a solution is required, or more than listening is just required, something, what?
Okay.
How to tell, even if it's the first time?
I was coming to it.
Right, okay.
I was coming to it. So this situation can be handled in this way. When Matajis come and say that this thing happened, the Prabhujis have to actually first of all go to the notebook, see that underlined thing. There is no problems to be solved. First thing. First step. Second step is, you have to just repeat the situation, and you have to say, oh, you are saying this. I think that in this situation you are feeling very frustrated. Or take a wild guess at the emotion. What Matajis are feeling. Whatever you think that she is feeling. Oh, it looks like that you are very sad. Or it looks like that you are very happy. Or it looks like that is that right? And then that emotional reciprocation will satisfy them. No problems to be solved. The problem is solved already. Okay? That is one. Try that out. That solves many problems.
So you mean to say we have to recognize their emotion?
Correct. It's just that emotional reciprocation. If you look at the points that we were talking about here, they were saying no emotional connection, or something similar point was there, that when we don't want free advice, or men were saying that whenever you come with a problem, I'll solve it. So actually that is what they don't like, and you're trying to say that this is what we will do. So that is not required. Now when the problem should be solved? So once this is done, and then if multiple times this is happening, the same situation is coming, and so it's a simple question you have to ask. So do you want a solution for this? Can we do that? Is that possible? Is that achievable? Instead of directly doing free advice, find out whether the advice is required. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Prabhu. Bharat Prabhu.
put a fee for the advice program. So when you get
Free
the
advice.
when you get the fee, then then you give the advice.
Yeah. So mainly there are no problems to be solved. It was just the emotional connection which was sought, but you actually misunderstood the situation and you are trying to give advice. So if you try to actually just try to emotionally connect, that will satisfy the relationship. Okay.
How about the husband and wife live like a lock and key?
Lock and key.
Yeah.
Is that a good thing that you are saying, or I'm not understanding?
It's good thing.
Yes. Good. They are made for each other, you mean?
Because, yeah, lock can't be opened without key, and the key useless without lock.
Yes. So it's a made for each other connection.
Yeah.
Okay, good. The second point is, if you don't feel appreciated, then listen. Now this is a little bit counterintuitive. That if you don't feel appreciated, so men, if you're not feeling appreciated from the other side, that means you are not listening properly. It's connected to the first point. So if you are not listening from the other side, then you will not be able to actually get appreciation from the other side as well. Is that making sense? No? Not yet. Okay, so reciprocation. So appreciation, you will get appreciation when you actually listen to them. Then you will be able to connect properly, and then they will be able to appreciate you. Is that making sense now? Are there any questions? You still look confused, many of you? Are there any questions? Okay. For women's side. Okay, I'll start looking this side. Express clearly. So, I understand that they have problem of just giving solution. So you can just start with, I'm not coming here for solution. I am just expressing my feelings. This is what is happening. And if you express clearly, if you actually don't think that they are mind readers like you. Matajis have this sixth sense. They can understand the emotions nicely and they are good mind readers. Men don't have it. Don't think that, oh, why are they not understanding me? They don't understand. They are like that. Seriously. No, that is not their strength. See, understand that that is not their core competency. This is your core competency. They have their core competency that we have already talked about. So you understand that if it is not their core competency, you want to win, what you should do? You should express properly. You understand that they are not mind readers, they are not going to understand the emotions properly, and you express yourself properly, and that will resolve your side of problem. Don't criticize. Criticism is one thing that shuts them off. If you criticize them, understand that it is going to be they have more ego than you, more false ego than you. Seriously, men have more false ego than you. So if you criticize them, it is going to turn them off, and then there is no communication possible. It's like a dead wall you are talking to. So understand the core competencies that you have, understand the problems that they have, and we are trying to actually improve the relationship, isn't it? So if the goal is to improve relationships, then this is what we will do. This is very important. That rare situation when you get some empathy from them, appreciate them. And they say, wow, this was simple. I am getting appreciation just for doing this few words, and you will get more. This is your need. You want empathy, and they are not good at doing that. If you appreciate when in those situations they are doing it, it will work. We did not do this exercise, but just understand that your parents love you. Anything that they are doing for you is out of their love. So sometimes you will feel that why they are doing like this, which you are not liking. If you talk to them, you will find out that it was coming from their love. the conversation needs to be done. If you can try to find out the reasoning behind what they are trying to tell you, and in the beginning and on the face of it, you will find that, oh, this is not what I want to do. It is not very interesting or not prayers for me. Prayers means immediately it will not satisfy me. But because they have seen more summers, more winters than you, they know what is good for you. And that is why they are giving this advice to you. So if you understand that the advice which is coming from them is out of their love for you, I think 99% problems get solved. The same thing. So when we understand that whatever Krishna is doing for us, He is our loving Father, and whatever He is doing is for our own benefit, then this problem that we have, why this is happening with me, why this other person is getting happy, getting better than me, all these things get resolved. Once we understand that Krishna is doing best in my situation, Krishna wants me to advance in Krishna, and He wants me to come back, and that is why whatever He is doing for that one sole purpose. If you understand that, then there are no problems with Krishna. Then there is no Amitabh Bachchan ringing these bells and say that इसके बाद मैं आपके क्या इसमें मंदिर में पैर नहीं रखूंगा और ऐसा सब कुछ नहीं होगा. This will not happen. Okay, that is happening because you are not understanding that Krishna is your well-wisher. It's 11:49. What time we are supposed to finish? I have only finished 12:30. Oh, so I'm running behind. So I will quicken. So next exercise. So get ready. This is another important exercise. This will anything if we value, then we are interested in doing it. So this actually is trying to bring the value out of this, whatever the married life. So there are 4 groups again, the previous groups which were there, you are going to continue your exercise. There are 4 different topics for 4 groups though. Group 1, this group here, brainstorm list of symptoms of unhealthy marriages. List of symptoms of unhealthy marriages. Group 2 here, which was Mataji's group, brainstorm the consequences of broken and dysfunctional families to individual, family, ISKCON and society at large. So 4 different levels. Maybe what you can do is you can make like this cross. You can say unhealthy marriages on top, and you can put individual consequences, consequences for the family, consequences for ISKCON, consequences for society. Is that clear? What are the consequences of unhealthy marriages at this 4 level? And group 3 and 4 has similar exercises but for healthy marriages. So group 3 of Mataji's group there, they are going to brainstorm list of symptoms of healthy marriages. And Prabhuji's group here is going to do brainstorm the benefits of strong, healthy families to individual families, ISKCON and society at large. Okay? You have only, because we are running behind, I will strictly have 7 minutes. Actually, when I said 7 minutes before, we took 15. But let's try to do it in 7 minutes this time. Okay? Time starts now. Okay, pay attention.
Hare Krishna. What we are trying to explain is here, if you see a couple, wife and husband, and by looking at some of the activities listed here, you can make out this marriage is not looking healthy. They disagree for everything, and start arguing, and then it eventually end up in a fight. And their focus is a two-directional focus. Wife or husband wants Krishna consciousness, and the other partner wants to go to pub, or very sense towards sense gratification. And the happiness is missing in their marriage. And they don't often, very often they don't see together in very important events where you expect wife and husband to attend. They do not, you don't see them communicating each other very well. and they often go to bed angrily. One of them go to bed and then they end the day angrily, and they throughout the night, in the sleep also they have that mood, and they don't respect each other. Like they not consulting wife or husband for making any decisions. And wife or husband, you see them undermining, degrading in front of others or in public, or behind wife or husband they talk, they degrade. And when there is problems, they're bound to come. When there is a problem, they don't try understand the problem. Talk to my hand. It's like either stopping them. No voice for the giving no voice to the partner. If there is any issue, there may be too much of talking or no talking. Too much of talking, I mean to say shouting, or no talking. This hunger strike. It's like strike. And intentionally not cooking at home. Meaning there is no love towards the partner, or let him eat or let her eat whatever she wants, not cooking. And this no grooming, and meaning you see them not very well presented themselves, like they look very distressed. So by that you can make out something wrong is going on.
Just wanting to, one other thing to add with the cooking is also the serving part of it. You've cooked, but they come home and you just let them go grab their own food, sort of thing as well.
Okay, good, very good. So we can actually easily understand that any of these are there. It's definitely, it clearly makes sense that it is unhealthy marriage. Both of them are not going to be happy. And we will see now what are the consequences of these things happening to individual, family, ISKCON and society. So group 2, who's presenting?
Hare Krishna. Our topic is consequence of broken and dysfunctional family. Like there are 4 times. Individually, how it will affect in the family and in the ISKCON and the society. So. Like it's individually the person already, like he will be always in a unhappy, depressed, and like he will not be like always in the angry. Whatever he is doing, he will be always like finds it is like tough to do, like that. So he will be stressed, and because of the no good relation with the family also, because of that he will be having a poor health. Similar to the family, like they will gonna have there will be no good relation, like as Prabhuji mentioned with the marriage, the same thing with any other in the family also, the relation will be poor, and it may be with the kids or the parents or anyone. So violence in the family, like because of their anxiety, or like they'll be getting depressed, so the violence will be there, and family also will be, because of that it will be in the stress. And no care, like kids will not be groomed properly, like they will gonna have the problems in a home, then there growth also will gonna be affecting very much. So no respect, as there will be somebody will be going to be irritated with these things, like kids also will be finding there will be no respect for each other. So next it is with the ISKCON, going away from the Krishna. The main thing is like there will be no love. First of all, the person is not not going to have the love in the family, then there will be no love for the Krishna, and not able to follow the regulative principles. So the main 4 regulative principles also they will not be able to follow. And the same thing with the no spiritual values and no growth of the no spiritual growth also. So with the society, there will be no value for that family itself. Like somebody is like it is there will be no going to be a support also, and no values or not a respect.
Good. we can easily see that from all four perspectives, individual, family or ISKCON or society perspective, unhealthy marriages are not good. Is there any doubt? No. So it's very clear, isn't it? So the value of healthy marriage is very clear. But let's go and see what is going to be the effect of healthy marriage, what are the symptoms of healthy marriage, and what is the effect of healthy marriage on this individual, family, ISKCON and society.
I have a doubt there.
Yes.
If they don't have the love towards ISKCON, the first point there, if they don't have the love towards the family, they don't have love towards Krishna. How is that? Like the brahmacharis, they love Krishna. Then it doesn't mean that. I think it's conflicting.
Brahmacharis, it's not brahmachari.
It's
Just marriage couples. If they are not good relationship at home,
so it's only
they can't love anyone.
Yeah. So what happens in case of brahmacharis, vanaprastha or sannyas is that everyone have this desire for connection, desire to create something, and so basically connection and so there are desires which are there for connection as well as creation. So in case of brahmacharis, in case of vanaprastha and sannyas, what they do is they have to employ that desire into higher purpose. So their case is different. By taking Grihastha ashram, you are showing that you are not part of that group anyway. And they are very rare group which they can do. And there is the slide that I'm going to show. What is it? There are benefits in each of the ashram, but to get that benefit you have to pay a price. So this is the price that we have to pay. So brahmacharis also they have some they get some benefit out of that ashram, but they have to pay some price for it. We'll see that. But going back to that question, so brahmacharis and sannyasis, they have to actually connect instead of connecting to the opposite sex. What they connect is they have to use it to a higher thing. They have to connect to the entire world. So they don't differentiate between this is my father, this is my mother, or this is someone else's father and mother. They actually look at everyone equally, and that is what they have to actually employ their connection need. Creation, so they actually instead of creating inside the family, they are creating for the entire world. For example, many brahmacharis you will see or sannyasis you will see, they are actually roaming around and passing on this message of Krishna to everyone. And that is how they are employing their need for creation. So they are, instead of using it only in a smaller place, they are actually using it in a larger, wider space. But because we are in the Grihastha ashram now, it is not possible for us to do that wider thing. We can't just give up everything and then go and do it outside. So we have taken this because we have this need and we are not ready to pay the price of the brahmacharya or vanaprastha or sannyas yet. Right? So because we are not paying the price, we should not actually try to imitate what they are trying to do. What we should try to do is we should try to focus here. The other thing that we can say is that finally Krishna becomes happy when we treat his devotees properly. If husband or wife is a devotee, we will actually respect all the devotees very nicely outside. We will say, oh Prabhu, oh Vansha Kalpataru. And then when it comes to home, then he will say, so many things. So it is not, when we say that Krishna says that show my love for you, show your love for me by loving my devotees. So take the shelter of devotees and serve them properly. Nowhere he puts a disclaimer that your family is excluded from it. Nowhere. And that is why one of the things that we want the husband and wife to do is to call each other Prabhuji and not Mataji. Just understand. Mataji, that word is reserved for everyone else apart from your wife. You can call your wife as Devi or with a spiritual name. So that way you are showing your respect for them. So Mataji will call Prabhuji as Prabhuji. That way they are showing respect. And you can call her with some respectful name. or you can call her Devi, or something like that, so that she will also feel the reciprocation of respect. So just like I am calling you all Prabhuji and Mataji, that way the respect will come in the family for each other. And if you show respect for devotees, automatically Krishna will be pleased. But if you are the first problem or the first major offense that we can do is to blaspheme a devotee. And if the devotee is inside a house, we blaspheme so many times in the day. So to avoid that, we have to make sure that we go towards healthy marriage. We have to use the differences as assets and make our marriage as healthy marriage, not unhealthy. And that is how we actually go away from Krishna if we are in unhealthy marriage. Is that making sense?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to third group here. Symptoms of healthy marriage.
Hare Krishna. Symptoms for healthy marriage is, first, the couple should be like a friends. They will share everything, and there will be a good communication between both of them, and they will understand both the family cultures. They brought up in different cultures from their families. That means teach the good values to the kids, and going in the same path. That means if they are going in, if husband is going in one path, the wife will respect that, and he also follow the path. Respect their individuality, and healthy marriages leads to happiness, to enhance the development as a family, and bring up the children as a responsible and caring individuals. And satisfaction, we have the satisfaction that we lead a good life, both of us. We can lead the role model for others, support each others.
Very good. Fantastic. This part is very important, being a good role models. Now everyone is looking for role models. If we actually make yourself a role model, remember the first line that we talked about, where we were talking about that we have to preach always, but sometimes we should speak. This is what it is referring to. If you are role models, automatically other families are going to be attracted to you. But if you are fanatically following something, or you are not happy with what you are doing, then you are not going to attract anyone. See, we don't want to only us going back to Godhead. We don't want to be very selfish about it. We want to make sure that with us, we should actually inspire others, and we want to actually take them as well with us to back to Krishna. If that is our goal, we have to do something. We have to actually move from unhealthy marriage to healthy marriage. And I am not saying that you have unhealthy marriage. I am saying that you will already have healthy marriage, but there may be some symptoms in your life which may be actually resembling some unhealthy marriage symptoms. So you have to actually find what are the differences which are causing it, and try to make them as assets. And then we will actually move completely from unhealthy to healthy, and then we will get those benefits which our group 4 is going to tell us.
I have a doubt here too, sorry. I
Yes,
was in the same group, but still I have a doubt. The fifth point there, going in the same path, the husband may have one path and the wife may have another path. Both may be correct, valuable paths. Then is it necessary that one should adjust with each other for following in the paths? Maybe the wife is not interested in the husband path and the husband not interested. I don't say that one path is wrong and the other path is right. Both are right paths. But is it necessary that in order to go on the same path, one must come to the other?
Yeah, not necessary. It actually always helps because there is a harmony if both are on the same path. There is always a harmony, and then it actually benefits both of them to progress faster. Because otherwise what will happen is, if the both are having different paths, then there will be some differences in the paths. And then there will be fighting based on those paths. But I have seen families where the husband and wife are following different paths, and they are very harmonious for family if they respect each other properly. And that is what is very important, to find those differences and try to actually work on those differences to make sure that we make them assets and try to actually help us to come to a healthy situation. There was another point that I was going to mention. Okay, when it comes back to me, I will tell you. Okay? Okay.
Question. Is that a path we should care about, or is that a goal or a outcome the husband and wife should care about? So you may have a different paths to reach the goal or outcome. So husband and wife can go on a different path, but the goal or outcome can be the same.
There is still helpful to be on the same path. For example, if you are going from Wellington to Auckland, you can take SH1 or you can take SH2. But if wife is going by SH1 and husband is going by SH2, is that joyful?
No.
Finally you reach Auckland after 8 hours. But is that joyful? If you are on the same path, if you both are taking SH1 or SH2, you have association of each other, and that way the goal you will achieve, but the path as well will be joyful.
So what you're saying is both husband and wife should travel together.
That is always, that's why there is a harmony.
Yeah.
If they both are traveling together, there is harmony. Yeah. The point that I remembered, that I was going to mention, it is actually again connected to this role model point. If by following a path, you can show the difference that it is making into you, that will actually inspire the other person to follow your path. Isn't it? Because after a long time of practice, if the other person is not going to get that much progress in their Krishna consciousness, then they will get inspired that, oh, I am also spending that much time, and you are also spending that much time. It looks like that what you are trying to do is working better for you. Let me try that out. And that can inspire other person. We can't actually force anyone to follow any path. So if somebody wants to take SH1, you can't say that no, you have to take the State Highway 2. Because finally they will say that, oh, I'm going to go to Auckland only, so why worry about it? Yeah? So that will help.
So this SH1 and SH2 example, no? Yeah, the individuals will, though the goal is same, there will be challenges. SH1 will have its own challenges, SH2 will have its own challenges.
Yes, fantastic.
So then there is a likelihood that they fall down.
Yeah.
And if they are on the same path, then they can be supportive and...
Fantastic realization. Very good point. Fantastic. Okay, let's move on to group 4. You have another question.
So not question, Prabhuji. Another just point to add.
Okay.
It's like even though the destination is the same, if the journey is not enjoyed, at the end of the day, you're not really satisfied.
Yeah.
Because you're unhappy through the way.
Okay. Very good.
How to decide which path, which state highway to take?
Which state highway to take?
GPS.
In the beginning. If one person has taken a path, generally the situations are like that in Kali Yuga, it is hardly anyone is taking any path seriously. Only I have seen that if you take proper spiritual guidance from a spiritual master or going through a systematic training program, only then we can say that you are following certain path. It is not that going to some particular kind of satsanga every week is following a path. That is not the case. If that attending that satsanga is not making any change in your lifestyle, then how can you say that you are following a path? Going to a meeting, like going to that satsanga, is like spiritual entertainment. You are going there, you are sitting there, but when you come back, you leave everything behind and you continue what you were doing before. I won't call that as following a path. It is like going in a circle. You are not going to stay SH1 or SH2 as well. You are going from Wellington to Porirua, coming back. You are going from Wellington to Lower Hutt and coming back. So it is like in a circle that you are at the same point. You are not making any progress. Only when you are making some progress by following certain path, I will call that as following a path. Otherwise, you are at the same place. So first of all, that we have to understand that when we say that, oh, husband and wife have different paths, is that really a path?
Yeah.
If it is a path, then that's fine. Then we have to actually find out that whether what kind of progress you are making, and then we will come to this point of role model. That we don't have to actually force them or say that, oh, this path is only better or that path is wrong, because by doing that they are not going to get inspired. Only thing that you can do is to inspire them through your own behavior, and they will see that by following this path of chanting 16 rounds and following 4 V2 principles, you are becoming a better person, and your relationship with the other person is better than before, then that will inspire them. Oh, this thing is working. What I am doing is not probably working for me, and then that will help. Is that making sense? Shall we go ahead?
Yes.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
So who's presenting here?
Looks like it's me.
Volunteer. We volunteered you.
Yeah, you volunteered me. Yeah, so the benefits of a healthy marriage, we tended to stay with the things that sort of came up rather than debating too much, the relevance of it, you know what I mean? That's what came up first anyway, and we sort of all agreed on that. So the benefits of a healthy marriage, like to an individual, peaceful was sort of a word that came up first. Supported and of course happy. It creates a happiness in the family, and then it's creating if the family's the well-being, the strong bond family and harmony in the family. Which harmony is a very important thing, I think. This harmony comes, creates a positive state of mind, and for benefits of the ISKCON in society, they probably go together a wee bit, but one I guess has a spiritual slant to it. Contribute as a family on our spiritual journey, and obviously if you're in harmony and you're working together rather than one person in ISKCON and one out, that doesn't really benefit anyone to a great degree. But that's fully benefiting. Builds a larger and spiritual family and community. Everyone in ISKCON who's in a relationship is bringing their committed as a family. That's going to make a difference to ISKCON and society. And role model for family, for other people. So you're a role model for other people with knowing there is a happy family and you're all, in harmony. And of course, and as I said, these go together really. It's healthy and going into, someone wanted to put Krishna on the end, healthy and going into Krishna. Yeah, so, and it's values, good values for society, and again, good role models. Good role models for society from the point of view, people looking at you, and if it's functioning well, you're in ISKCON as a family, they're seeing that it's working for you, they're also attracted to that. Okay, that's probably basically it, isn't it, guys? Yeah. And more to that?
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Fantastic. So all four groups, well done. Kirti Prabhu, you had some questions?
Yeah, I was
some points?
I was just laying a point, I think, with what Vijay Prabhu brought up, that if you do a healthy marriage, you're going to get the support, and that way you're going to be able to overcome the obstacles together, which means that you're going to be able to reach a goal, whatever it is, a lot faster.
Yes, very good. Good point.
One point here, and no crimes in the society.
Yeah, so criminal activities will also reduce. Yes. But I think the most important part from the ISKCON and the society perspective is this role model. I want to actually emphasize that again. So there, if you are following say Krishna consciousness, this path, and then people come to know, and your relationship is unhealthy, and people come to know that, then what will happen is you will actually do a disservice to Srila Prabhupada. People will say that, for you it is not working, what are you talking about to me? So this role model can actually go the other way as well. So if the family life is unhealthy, then instead of helping this preaching movement ahead, you will actually drag it down. So you set a very wrong example in front of others, and instead of inspiring, they will run away. It will repel them away from Krishna and Srila Prabhupada. So it will be a disservice for them. So that's a very important point. Okay, let's go back now. Okay, I have one more exercise for you actually, before we actually finish for our lunch. So what did we learn from this? Very, very clear, very easy conclusions.
Be a role model.
Be a role model.
Good relationship.
Good relationship. Anyone else?
Problems are the assets.
Problems you can make, not problems of the asset. The difference is, instead of being problems, you can make them assets. Otherwise, at home you will start creating new problems and you will explain to Prabhuji, this is what I learned. Problems are assets, so I am creating more assets. I'm just joking.
Create more problems.
So the differences can lead to problems, but differences can also become assets. That is the understanding. Yes, Bharat Prabhu?
So when you appreciate the difference, you will move from I win to win-win.
Very good. Excellent. So instead of, so that rabbit story that we saw, instead of sometimes I will win this battle. So it is not a battle between the man and a woman. It is like we are on a journey together. We want to make sure that that journey will help us. And this journey that we are talking about is going back to Godhead. That example that we are talking about, Vijay Prabhu gave this good realization that if we are going together on the same path, we can help each other and it can become very joyful journey going back to Godhead. And from the last exercise we saw very clearly that the importance of nurturing one's own marriage and supporting healthy marriage in ISKCON for the benefit of self, family, community and greater ISKCON and society at large. So healthy marriage or unhealthy marriage, so marriage we think that it is between just me and my wife or me and my spouse, but that is not the case. It has implication whether it is healthy marriage or unhealthy marriage. It has implication on your kids, it has implication on your parents, it has implication on your relatives, it has implication on your friends, it has implication on the society or the community which you are in, currently in ISKCON, and then it has implications on the wider community as well. So it is not like it is mine, I will do whatever I want. It is, we should not have that mentality because it has implication, it has wider implications. We have to be careful and we should try to make our marriage healthy. Now based on whatever we have discussed till now, I want to create a personal action plan. And I have some personal action plan paper for you to create. So if you can, someone can come and distribute, I'll explain. So you will have, you write your name. We are going to use the same personal action plan tomorrow as well. So don't lose your paper. Please keep it with you. So write your name on top. And the first one says, my action plan for healthy Grihastha Ashram. My action plan for healthy Grihastha Ashram. So that is the part that you are going to fill up currently. So till now what we have seen is, we have understood that the healthy marriage has immense benefit. Okay, first you, don't start writing, don't start writing. You are going to get 5 minutes for doing that. Okay, everyone has that paper now? We have to just focus on the first box, you write name for now. And in this exercise, you are just going to fill up this particular part. The first big box which says, my action plan for healthy Grihastha Ashram. But I want you to do it in this way. What will you do to improve your marriage to make it more healthy? So come up with 1 to 3 actions for yourselves. And then, please discuss with your spouse. So this is a joint exercise. So if husband and wife both are here, I want you both to sit together and do this exercise. When you come together, sit together, you do your own points first and then you discuss. It's a commitment to each other. So you have taken one commitment when you got married. This is another commitment that you are taking to help your relationship go further. Is that making sense? Okay. So you have around 5 minutes to do that. So you can, if you are alone here, that's fine. You can actually do it and then you can share the notes with your wife or husband afterwards. Okay? And there was, for young adults as well, I had mentioned this. If you want, you can do it. And no, you can do it individually. And I have mentioned, you can share it at home. Where is Prabhuji? Okay. Go. Manu Prabhu. Shift places. Kirti Prabhu, you are here alone, but you can do it yourself. And then, when she comes back, you can do. Mukesh Prabhu, not alone. No, sit together and do. Bharat Prabhu, you are sitting there, okay, together. So there has to be some personal action plan. Otherwise, we will go from here just like that. We will go to Poriru and come back to Wellington. We will go to Lower Head and come back home. So we don't want to do that. We want to actually improve our relationship. For that, we have to take some action. If we take action, then we will make some progress. So till now you have understood what men appreciate in you, what women appreciate in men, what you have also understood what they don't like in each other. You have seen the symptoms of unhealthy marriage and healthy marriage. Using all that, you have to actually do something now in your own thing. Don't try to suggest to your husband or your wife that you should do this. It is your own personal action plan. Based on the situation that you are in, you find out what if I do will improve my relationship with my husband, which will improve my relationship with my wife. And then share that with each other. Is that clear? Okay. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. We are here to present like the day-to-day life, like how this behavior will be, humility, and with the devotional, like the humility and without the humility. Like we are the husband and wife at the home, the basic, like how the everyday the work or with the giving the prasad or everything. With this, everything is included with this humility. So we are making this very small picture of it. So as a couple, Prabhu is going to be working in the office in the busy day, and he's going to come home. And when he's going to come home, how he behaves, how he is going to be reacting with his office irritations, and with the as a wife, how I will like taking care of kid and the work, and how we're going to behave, and with the humility, how can we change? So both things we are going to make. So first things without humility. So the Prabhu is coming from the office, and this is going to be the sad. So we are not going to include Sharadi as she is not in a good mood. So we'll just act as if the kid is there. So this is just an act. Okay. Sorry, Mata.
Can I Mata be kid?
You can get her here. I'm very happy, but she will not.
Okay, start.
Okay. He's going to be Prabhuji is going to come home, and this is going to be start of the. So the first will be without the humility.
Where I have to keep my bag? Where I have to keep my bag?
You can keep anywhere in your home.
You know that where I have to where I am keeping your bag.
You can just throw it somewhere.
Where is my food? I'm hungry, so hungry. Give me immediately.
You didn't tell me that you're coming home so early today, and you could have called me and told, you had a phone. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now I can't cook. Because Sharadi was so irritating from the morning, I could not do anything.
My meeting got cancelled. What should I do? I do not want to sit simply at office, so I came early. So I'm hungry now. Give me something.
Okay, then you take it, Sharadi, then only I can do something, otherwise I can't cook now.
I'm so tired from office work. I cannot take care of her. You take care of her. I'm sick and tired of headache. Give me the food immediately.
Then you can have the fruits that is lying there. You can't take one fruits also from there.
Give me that fruit. Give me that fruit. I cannot make kebab.
I can cook something in the 5 minutes, but if you have a patience, then I can do.
Okay, I'll wait. What should I do? I don't have anything else to do. Okay, wait.
Okay, take this food and eat.
I don't want to be your phone.
What is this food? Our dog also will not eat this food. How can I eat this food? It is such a salty food. Who will eat this one?
If you don't want to eat, just keep it there, and if you don't want to eat,
Keep it a little bit away.
if you don't want to eat, then just you have something, fruits or something. I cannot cook once again.
I'll go out. Whatever food you have prepared, you only eat.
It's your wish. Okay, this is without the humility. Without the humility, we're trying to include the same this concept with the humility and this thing. So the same the concept is the same with the coming from the office and how he is going to be the behave.
You have teach today, Prabhuji. I hope it's not acting again.
Okay.
Hi, darling.
Prabhu, that is your experience. This is playing outside.
Okay. Okay.
You might
I'm so hungry. Can you prepare something for the food?
Okay, Prabhu, you can wait for 15 minutes. I can prepare the prasad.
Okay. Meantime, can you give me some fruits?
Yes, Prabhu. If these are the offered fruits, you can have.
Okay, I can have the bananas. I'll take it. No need to give it.
No, we don't eat bananas.
I couldn't see her.
She's playing with her friend. She will be coming right now.
You want me to play with her? Or?
Yeah, if you want, you can play with her. Or
Yeah, after eating the banana, I will play with her.
The banana's gone bad inside.
Go out and play with her. Whenever food prasadam is ready, call me. I'll come back.
Okay. That's going to be a final. There is prasad. I'm going to serve the prasad Prabhu.
It was so nice. It was so delicious. I didn't eat this much delicious food never. This is the first time I'm having the food. So it was so good. Thank you so much for preparing this nice prasadam. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Prabhu, this is all Krishna's mercy. So with His mercy, we can do anything with the love.
I can sense it.
So this is a simple cake we just try to do.
Very good. Well done. H.
Hare Krishna, the same scenario, coming from the office.
Everyone has issues coming home from the office.
Hi, Prabhu. Prabhu, you know, today I saw the Bliss was having 70% off. What, Prabhuji, every time you are telling like this only. Every time you are coming from the office and you are telling that.
No, today I really
Okay, what do you want?
Can I drink something, at least water?
Yeah. Go and get it from the tap.
You can give, right, please.
What, Prabhuji? This one also you cannot do it?
Okay. Right.
I think today only the last day for Christmas offer.
Okay, so if you want, you go. I don't want to go. You have $10 now in your pocket, you go and spend. What do you think?
Give me your credit card, Prabhuji.
I don't care.
Every time like this only. If there is any offer, no, I am not. This is
So
like
that is without empathy.
empathy.
Who is the microphone on? Can you check?
I'm actually
knock on it?
off. I'm switching on and off.
Knock?
So it's off now.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
This is with the Krishna Prabhuji. You are seeing so dull, so tired. You want to drink some juice? Shall we make banana milkshake?
No, banana, that will be quite good. Can I have some?
Okay. Are you feeling hungry?
Yeah, a little bit, but
Okay, meanwhile you go and take bath. I will prepare prasad and I will offer
That's a good
Krishna
idea.
and then.
That's a good idea.
Is it? How you are feeling?
Thanks.
It's always yours.
What's up? What's in the problem today?
Basundi, biryani.
Wow. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you.
First you do the prasadam
Oh,
prayer.
sorry, I forgot. Really. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, it's nice. Basundi is really nice. Wow. Thank you. No, it looks better now,
Yeah, one thing I want to ask you, Prabhuji, if you are okay with that, okay, we can go. Otherwise, we can go later.
What's that?
Today I saw in the TV that there is a Briscoe's ad, 70% flat on
70%?
Yes, Prabhuji.
I think we can. I'm a little tired, but it's okay. I think
Are
we
you
can
okay?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. You have been waiting for that stage for a long time. I know. So we can probably.
If you are not feeling well, you can sit in the car. I will go and shop myself.
Very nice. A for appreciation.
Relax.
Is that microphone on?
Hello.
No, you say the water.
I'm just button on it.
Hello. Yeah. No, sorry. Our topic is on appreciation. So appreciating and not appreciating. Ali, can you slow down a little bit?
Can you please come down and have darshan of Jagran or I've changed his dresses?
I'm talking on the phone, looking at Facebook. I'll come wait.
You can see it later, right?
Oh Krishna, how many times a day? I'll come, I told you, no, you continue.
Okay. Rather than coming here, you want to look at Facebook.
Krishna will not run away, he is at home only now. I will come and see him later now. I'm not in temple now. Just do what you are doing now.
You're running out of your life.
I am like this, okay? I know it's my wish. You don't need to mention it. Do it.
Would you like to have food?
Yes. I'll have darshan after food, okay? Oh, 3 items today, eh? No salt, no spice, no taste. What's the point of cooking 3 items and not even one is, Why you have to spend so much time for making these 3 items?
Not if I'm looking at my hard work. I just came from work and I'm doing all this work. You're not at all recognizing me.
So what? Anyways, you have to cook. Cook it nicely, na?
And it's awkward trick.
So?
You'll go blind if you have to
See, Krishna will not accept all this tasteless food. What? I'll go blind? What you are saying? Or what?
If you offend that awkward food.
Do it? I can see you. I just don't act too smart. Okay? You have to cook it nicely. Put your consciousness and do it nicely. Okay? 3 items.
So
That's not appreciating. Okay. Now appreciation.
Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare.
Oh, very nicely you're singing. It's so nicely stitched and dressed. Very nice. Krishna is Krishna is so cute today. Yeah, very nice.
The dresses came very well this time.
Yeah, I loved it. Very nice. Even the kirtan is very nice.
Would you like to take the shot?
Yes, yes, please. Oh, thank you. Oh, today, it's only 1 item. It is so tasty. Even though it is 1 item, it is perfectly cooked. Probably because you have offered it to Krishna. It so nicely came.
Yeah, I didn't get time to cook my...
No, that's fine, that's fine. Even though if it is just dal, it's so beautifully cooked. I loved it. Very nice. Very nice. This is enough.
As you all know that, man, I don't need the mic.
You don't need mic, Prabhu. Yes, yes.
This needs a even with my loud voice.
Yeah, please.
Okay. We bring out respect, and what we had a very similar skit to what everybody else has presented. So you won't find anything very different situation. But what we try to show in this is that when this kalesh in the house, which we just saw, what goes through the mind of the other person, and how does it affect, or where can it affect life? So so I'll be walking in as Manu Prabhu from the office. Mataji is near the cooking, dishwasher and cooking kitchen, and we have a conversation soon. I enter respect. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. What a busy day.
Yeah. So was same with me. But can you please help me with the dishes?
I just had a very busy day.
So did I.
It's your job. Anybody expects me at the office.
Really? Who said so?
Yeah. You don't know the kind of pressures I am under. So please manage your area side, and I'll try to manage. You know what happened? My boss, I have got a review tomorrow. He's asked me 2 silly questions. I don't know the answer. And he was asking, can we cry in water? Then I started scratching my head and he said, can fish get thirsty? Do you know the answer?
I should have asked him a question.
What?
Yes, are you doing a PhD on crime or on fishes instead of bringing it home?
He'll fire me. Okay, you use this. You continue doing washing, I do my research. Now, the important thing is that she continues washing, she's finished washing, and now she's
starting to cook.
And I probably wasn't laughing at that time.
Yeah, so she's cooking.
So I am washing the dishes, then I'm cooking, and all is going. The whole scenario is replaying back and back in my mind, and that is only thing I'm thinking about for the next half an hour, 2 hours, and that's how I cook my food and I serve it to him and our children. And all the thoughts are in there, in the food, because I'm angry, I'm frustrated, I had a long day, I still come home and I have to cook, why is it my job, and all that. And who is there to help me? So all that has gone in my cooking, and then I serve food.
That food, like Vinay Prabhu. Oh, I'm really, really hungry. Oh, thank you, thank you. Is this edible for human beings? Did you taste it?
Did you treat me like a human being?
Oh. Punchline. And that was it. Okay, now I am and you know what happens after that. Now we'll change the situation. So I enter again, once again. Hello, darling. I'm just suggested, Hello, how are you? Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Had a very busy day. How was yours?
Very busy as well.
Okay.
When you've had few minutes of rest, can you please come and help me?
With the dishes? Actually, Jaya, I have something very important to be done for work. But don't you worry. You carry on with the little bit you do and leave the rest for me. I just finished this office work, which I've carried home. Sorry for that again. But once I finish, I'll come back and do the rest of the dishes. And don't worry, I'll be back soon.
Okay. So I carry on with my dishes and my cooking. Probably haven't left anything for him to do later.
Yeah.
But, and the food gets cooked, gets served.
And while she's cooking,
It's got a different kind of, I'm in a different mindset. So that's how sex works.
Positive mind.
So, oh, the food is ready. Sorry, I just got carried away with work. Is there any dishes for me to do? Oh, you're so lovely, such a wonderful, caring wife. I may have accumulated great punya in my past life to have a wife like you. Oh, this is delicious. This is from heaven. Thank you. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Okay, Hare Krishna. So we're on tea, and I'll let you guess what it is as we go through. I've enlisted a star-studded lineup.
T for tolerance.
T for T for tolerance. And I've enlisted a star-studded lineup. My wife is a little shy, doesn't want to be involved, so I've had to, call in some other recruits. But I'm sure they'll do the job.
Okay.
Mataji's over there.
Over here.
Okay.
You're not part of the drama.
It's okay.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Oh, hi boss, how you going?
I'm fine, but I have this report for you that you need to get done by a couple of hours. Will you be able to do that for me?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Do it in a jiffy.
I've got so much work to do. How am I going to get this done now? I've got to get this report done. Okay. All right. Hello?
Hi, Dad.
Okay, what do you want to make?
Pie is not letting play with the Lego, and I just can't put up with this stuff.
Okay. Look, just you do this all the time. Okay, just give it to Chadu. Hey. Hello? Hey, Jatu, look, just give him the Lego, okay? I'm busy at work, okay? Just let him play, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Day 2.
Hello.
Hey boss, how you going?
I'm doing great, but yesterday I saw that you did a great work on your report, and I'm giving you another one and hoping that you'll do the same amount of work and effort into that one too.
Okay, sure, no worries.
I'm expecting it quicker than last time.
Okay. Oh, Krishna, what am I going to do? Second day, another report. I've got all this other work to do. What am I going to do? Okay. Hare Krishna, Dharmik.
Chaturbai is still not playing with the Lego.
Okay, okay. Can you go to Chaturbai, please?
Hello?
Hi, Chatur, how are you going?
Good, thank you.
Good. Hey, look, it's very nice of you to look after Dharmik. Do you just mind playing with the Lego with him as well and sharing?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Hello, Dharmik. Hare Krishna, Rika.
Chaturbai again, now he's playing with eat the ice cream.
He's only
And I've asked already for one.
Okay, okay. Can you please give to Chatur? Oh, Krishna.
Hello?
Hare Krishna, Chatur. How are you going?
Good, thank you.
Good. Chatur, you know he's young and he's always demanding these things. You're a little bit older. Are you just able to look after him and just see what he wants and help him out there?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Woohoo! Work done. That's it.
All the
Okay, while we are waiting, we can just discuss what we covered yesterday. So anyone wants to discuss? Anyone remembers probably?
No free advice.
No free advice. Can we go in sequence? What did we cover in the beginning?
Bridging the gender gap.
Bridging the gender gap. So how did we try to bridge the gender gap? Yes.
Look at what each gender brings to the
Relationships. Yes. So what do we appreciate that the other gender brings into the relationship that we saw first? And then?
Problems we can think as assets.
Yes, before that.
The main thing we discussed, how to use Grihastha life to progress in Krishna consciousness.
Yes.
You're not alone, so
Progress in Krishna consciousness depends on the attitude of the devotee.
Yes, very good. So first of all, we saw what the other gender brings into the relationship. What do we appreciate? Then we saw what do we not appreciate actually, what we don't like. We keep telling, we always complain at home that, oh, itni baar bola, lekin fir bhi ye Prabhuji sunte nahi hai. And the Prabhujis would say that, how many times I have to give the same solution to you? And still you keep doing the same thing. So we listed all those items which we think the other gender should know that and they should improve. And based on that, then we found out that we are not alone. Every house, the same story is going on. So because we knew now, we had this realization from understanding from each other, then we were trying to now improve. Then what did we cover?
What things?
Marriages, broken marriages,
Yeah.
Unhealthy marriages.
unhealthy marriages.
Before that we covered a few other things like the assets and
What things do you appreciate in your partner?
yeah, that we have discussed, right?
Competencies.
How it helps personally and society and
No, that we covered afterwards.
Use the differences. You gave like 2 solutions for men and women.
Yes. So what we said that we have to use the differences, not look at the differences as problems, but look at them as assets. There are opportunities hidden in those problems. So we have to actually find those opportunities and use them to actually bond together closely. Isn't it? So what solutions we gave for men?
That is second one is like if you feel not appreciated, then listen
Yes.
to what.
If you find that men think that you are not getting appreciation, that means you are not listening properly to the other gender. So you listen properly, you do, and then you will get appreciation.
And understand the need of the emotion. Don't
See, all the men's solutions are coming from Mataji's.
There is
I'm
no
looking
problem.
at you. Okay.
There
I
is
will
no-
ask you.
There is no problem.
Yes, there is no problem to fix. Understand that there is no problem to fix. Write it in bold and red underline. There is no problem to fix. Women are coming to you for reciprocation. So they are looking for some emotional reciprocation. So instead of trying to fix the problem, how should we respond to it? Yeah, but
Emotional.
what is the how practically? We learnt a practical way. What sentence you are going to form?
Okay, so I understand how this could be annoying you.
Yeah, so you have to explain the situation. Suppose Mataji is saying something, oh, so this happened to you. So in that this happened to you, you have to explain that, repeat what she has said in your own words. And it looks like that this situation or this person has annoyed you, or it looks like that you are happy. So try to actually take a wild guess. You don't have to be right. Take a wild guess at what the other person is feeling in that situation. And just by that emotional reciprocation that Mataji was looking for, your wife was looking for, she will get the fulfillment. She was not coming to you for solving a problem. Okay. What else? Any other solutions we discussed?
Express clearly.
No.
Listen.
Listen. Okay. Mataji's side.
express clearly.
Clearly. So don't think that the skill that you have of reading the mind, that the Prabhujis also have. They don't have it. 100%. They don't have it. So there is this dialogue that for so many years we are there and how come you don't know me? This is not valid at all. They are not able to read your mind. So you have to express clearly. Okay, that is first. Then
Don't criticize.
don't criticize. Actually, that is applicable for both sides. That don't criticize. There was some discussion going on at breakfast. That's why I'm clarifying. So it is not that only you have to stop criticizing Prabhujis. The Prabhuji also have to stop criticizing their wives. But especially because the men have larger false ego, if you criticize them, they automatically get switched off. And then anything that you are saying afterwards is going on the wall. So if you don't want to talk to a wall, then don't criticize. Next.
Express appreciation when he gets the
Yes. So you're looking for empathy. That rare opportunity comes then when he is empathetic to you. Then at that time you should actually show appreciation, and they will be surprised. Ooh. Okay, so this is working. So they will, if they get the appreciation, then automatically they will know that this we have to do more, and then automatically that relationship will be better. Anything else? Okay. Then we actually covered what Prabhuji was saying earlier, that we covered the unhealthy and healthy marriages. What are the symptoms? And then what is the consequences of that unhealthy marriage or a healthy marriage onto an individual, onto family, onto ISKCON, and onto the larger society. And from that we understood that actually the marriage, though we say that it is just my own affair, it is between me and my wife, or it is between me and my spouse. But it is not like that. It actually impacts wider community. Not only your family, not your only children, but the society, ISKCON, and the main idea is actually we should become role models. Isn't it? If we become good role models, then automatically other people will get attracted to this process as well. But if you are actually following this process and if you become a wrong role model, instead of attracting any other people, they will get repelled. They will say that, oh, after following this process as well, there is no benefit. So what is the point? So we have to be very good role models. So that is very important. Anything else that we covered yesterday, which we haven't recapped? Okay, I think we have covered the main important points. Yes, bro?
You're saying a healthy marriage has with more implications than just the husband and wife.
Yeah.
Society.
Yes.
Were you listening?
No.
Daydreaming?
Just reading.
The other important point that we covered was
Support
the goal of Krishna consciousness. So what is the goal of life? Going back to Godhead. The goal of Krishna consciousness, goal of this, whatever we are doing, is not to become like the ideal or the best Grihastha in the world. The goal is to go back to Godhead, and anything that helps in that, we should do. And being a good Grihastha or a Grihini actually helps in that process, because that becomes a very good medium. Because when we were seeing that healthy marriages, the symptoms and the general consequences, you yourself identified that is so useful in your Krishna consciousness. You are peaceful, you are happy, then less quarrels, anger is not there is less stress, efficiency also goes up. So with all these things, actually it is so easy then to practice Krishna consciousness. So now that you are already in Grihastha ashram, why not make it the best? Why not make it a very good tool or good medium by which you can actually progress in Krishna consciousness faster? I was giving someone an example that after the session was finished, that when you want to take a flight from say Wellington to Auckland, if that flight, the wind is actually with the direction of the plane, what happens?
Plane goes very far.
Yeah, you reach there faster. And if the wind is opposite, what happens? Yeah, it takes longer time. So actually the wind is not going to take the aeroplane from Wellington to Auckland. Is that going to happen? Wind is not going to take it. But if wind is in proper direction, it is going to help you. And even if wind is in opposite direction, you can still reach the destination. It is not that if your Grihastha ashram is not very good, then you are not going to actually achieve your goal of going back to Godhead. You will still achieve it, but if you have a healthy marriage, you will reach there faster and the journey will be pleasurable. So that is what we are trying to do here. Okay? So yesterday we were supposed to cover this part as well, the Vedic perspective. But we got carried away with our discussion and it was going very nicely, so we just continued. But now we will cover this and we will cover today's part as well as this whatever was remaining from yesterday. I don't know if you wanted to say something. Okay. Okay, so Vedic perspective. First of all, we need to have good thoughts. Now good thoughts come from where?
The mind.
Yes, but what is the input to the mind which can bring good thoughts?
Association and environment.
Environment. In environment and association, what do you get, Mataji?
Knowledge.
Knowledge. Very good. If you have knowledge, then the thoughts will be proper. And these are the sessions, this particular Vedic perspective session that we are doing now is to give you proper knowledge which can bring you good thoughts into you. If you have good thoughts, what happens?
Thinking good way. Thinking good way?
Thinking good way, so but that is good thoughts.
Yeah, but...
what is the output? If you have good thought as an input, say knowledge was an input and you got good thoughts. But good thoughts is an input to what?
Good actions.
Before that.
There will be no negative thoughts about anything.
No, between thoughts and actions there is one more step.
Mind.
Okay. So good thoughts leads to good speech. If you are thinking like that for a long time, automatically you will speak about that. And when you are speaking, or then that will lead to good action. Now what will good action do is, it will lead to good habits. If you keep doing good action for certain number of days, for over a period of, some scientists say that you do it 12 days in a row, or 21 days in a row, or 30 days in a row. Different scientists have different opinions about how many days you have to do. But anyway, so the idea is that you keep doing something regularly, then over a period of time it will just become an habit, just like chanting of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. Now once it has become an habit, it is difficult to not do it. If you don't do it, then you will feel, oh, I'm missing something now. So it becomes a good habit. Actually, a good habit leads to good culture. If everyone have good habits around you, that's a culture. For example, in a Krishna conscious family, everyone is chanting. And then automatically by looking at them, the children will say that, oh, everyone is chanting, I should also chant. So this is what we should be doing. So that's a culture, that's a part of the culture. That just by being in that culture, you absorb good things. And the cycle continues. So you having good habit, actually you are influencing others as well. So that is part of the culture. And in such culture, then it is very easy to progress in Krishna consciousness. So it is very conducive to Krishna consciousness if the culture is good. And Krishna has already mentioned this culture, and he has specified it in Bhagavad Gita as well. And it is just called Varnashram Dharma. This Krishna conscious culture that Krishna has given in Bhagavad Gita is called Varnashram Dharma. So Varnashram Dharma consists of 4 Varnas and 4 Ashramas. Now 4 Varnas, anyone knows which are the 4 Varnas? Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Correct. So Brahmanas are learned, intellectual people. They like to study the scriptures, they like to study, and then they like to teach others. So they are Brahmanas. Kshatriyas are administrative class. Administrative means they are like politicians or they are military. So they like to protect as well as administer. Vaishyas are business people, mercantile. Right? And Shudras are laborer. Now it doesn't mean that the Shudra is less important in the society than Brahmana. The purpose of Varnashram Dharma is to make progress towards Krishna, in your Krishna consciousness. So whether you are a laborer, mercantile, administrative or learned, everyone is supposed to progress towards Krishna. Why Krishna has given this Varna and Ashrama?
Because
we are not spontaneously attracted to Krishna. Krishna knows that we are not very spontaneously attracted, and that is why he has given us this process. That as per your guna and karma, so in Bhagavad Gita 4.13, Krishna says, Chaturvarnya maya srishtam guna karma vibhagasha. What is Chaturvarnya maya srishtam guna karma vibhagasha? How this, he is explaining how these varnas are coming, how the varnas are distributed, are classified.
Based on guna and karma.
Based on guna and karma. It is not saying that janma karma vibhagasha, or it is not saying guna karma janma vibhagasha. So it is not by birth. So your varna is not decided by birth, that you are born of a laborer, so you will become a laborer. It is not like that. You are born of a brahmana, so that is why you will born as a brahmana. Sorry, you will become a brahmana. It is not like that. It is conducive. If you are born in a brahmana family, it will actually help you to become a brahmana. It is easier for you. But it actually depends on guna and karma. Guna means 3 modes of material nature. So whether it is mode of goodness, passion or ignorance, what is the combination of these 3 gunas in you that will actually decide where you are falling. So Shudras are mainly mode of ignorance, Vaishyas are mode of passion and ignorance together, and Kshatriyas are mode of passion, and then Brahmanas are in goodness. And guna and karma. So what activities you are doing, based on that also it is decided. So for example, software engineers, where do you think that they fall in? Shudras. We are all Shudra class. Whoever is in software, or if you are doing some business, Vaishya. And you like politics, politicians. You're saying something?
Prabhuji, so how about Arjuna Prabhuji? He is a Kshatriya, but at the same time he has learned, he is a pure devotee as well. So does he become a Brahmana or Kshatriya?
There is a fifth class called Vaishnavas. Because we are still talking about goodness, passion and ignorance. We are not talking about Shuddha Sattva. Shuddha Sattva is the process of bhakti. If you have taken the process of bhakti, then you are not actually falling in these categories. That is why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he said that I am not a Brahmana, I am not a Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, I am not a Brahmachari or Sannyasi or Grihastha or whatever. He is saying that I am just a servant of a servant of a servant of
Krishna.
Gopi Bhartur Padakamalayur Das Dasanu Das. That is what it is explained by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So when we are taking the path of Krishna consciousness, we actually don't fall in anywhere. Externally we may be doing some activity like this, but internally we are following the process of Krishna consciousness, so Vaishnavas. Okay, so these are 4 Varnas. Then 4 Ashramas. 4 Ashramas are Brahmachari, Grihastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyas. Very good. So Brahmacharis, initially it is, suppose if the life is 100 years, it is supposed to be that the first 25 years we are in Brahmacharya. Brahmacharya means that you should be actually studying under a guidance of a spiritual master. So this area or this time, this first 25 years should be focused on personal development. And the path that they choose is austerity. If a brahmachari is not austere, then he is not a brahmachari. It is an essential characteristic of a brahmachari that the brahmacharis are austere. Then after 25 years of personal development, learning everything, then the brahmachari can enter into Grihastha life. Then it is supposed to be from 25 to 50 years, he will be in Grihastha life. And this 25 years period is actually focused on interpersonal development. How you behave with others. So you have to learn this interpersonal development skills. And the path is balance. So the Grihastha, if he is not balanced, then he is not a Grihastha. Now what kind of balance we are talking about here?
Grihastha, wife and husband.
Balance between spiritual and material.
Balance between spiritual and material life everywhere. The man has this important balance to do. How much he should listen to his mother as compared to wife. There is a balance that you have to achieve. And the same thing for Vaishnavis, that they have to actually balance between various things. That what should I actually, how much should I focus on the parents or in-laws or my kids or my husband or all these other social connections, that relationship that she has to maintain. So and then the balance is also on how much should I earn, how much should I spend, how much should I save. There is like everywhere Grihastha has to balance. If they haven't understood and learned and they are able to do this art properly of balancing, then it is very difficult. Then they will go to Vanaprastha. The next 25 years, 50 to 75, they go to Vanaprastha. And there they are focusing on universal development. So from personal development to interpersonal development, now they are into universal development. Universal development means they are not now focusing on themselves or their family. In Vanaprastha, really, if you are in Vanaprastha, you are supposed to be going to Vana. Vana means you leave your home and then you are actually free from the bodily attachments. Because if you remain at home, you will remain in that bodily attachment. So the path is their service. So they are supposed to go out and serve Krishna basically, but they can serve through other devotees. So they can, mainly the focus should be on service. Yeah. So Vanaprastha part is finished.
Oh, so we're talking about like family life. So when you get to the Vanaprastha stage, if you follow and your children are following these ashrams, then you never get to raise your grandkids. Because by 50 years, your kids are just turned 25, and then you are 50, so then you're going away.
So you can enjoy your go.
That's right.
Giving them Krishna consciousness service, based service, still can be a service.
Yeah, it can be a service. So generally the Vanaprastha in this day and age in Kali Yuga, especially there are no jungles left anyway. So which one are you going to go? But basically in this 25 years, what you should try to do is reduce the family attachments. What happens is generally after, this is a retired life. After getting retired, you have done your family life. Now, if you get involved into your children's family life, then where is the time for Krishna consciousness? This time is supposed to be getting ready. This time, when you are retired, this time is for getting ready for death. If you remain in family attachment at the time of death, what you are going to remember? Oh, my son's marriage is not done, or his marriage is done, but his children and this and that, everything. So you just remain in that cycle. So even if you stay at home, the suggestion is that you become more and more Krishna conscious. See, the kids, your children, they have got their own children, and they should actually take the full responsibility of that. It is not grandparents' responsibility to raise kids. Why it should be grandparents' responsibility to raise kids? They are your kids, they are your children. You have to take care of them. That is why there are two of you. One person should actually work outside, and whatever money comes from that, you should actually manage. Why do we have to actually, two people have to work? Why the needs are so much nowadays that both the husband and wife have to work compulsorily? That should not be required. What we should do is, the mothers, they should actually raise the kids. Because that is such a great service. It is not unimportant service. The mothers are now actually interested in working outside because the importance or the respect is not given by husbands for the housewives. In the previous Vedic generation, Vedic times, the housewife had such an important task, and it was respected. It was considered equal. But nowadays, because it is not considered equal and it is looked down upon, and that is why then the women also want that, okay, I also want to work, because if I work only then I get respect. If you provide respect to them, then there is no problem. Then they will actually be, you have kids, they are taking care of you. And then your kids will get Krishna consciousness. It is not the grandfathers, or we have a verse in the slides to come, which says that you should not become parent if you cannot take your children back to Godhead. Okay, there is a verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. So we'll come to that. So Vanaprastha then leads to sannyas finally. Sannyas is 75 to 100 years. And the main focus there is spiritual development. And the path is complete surrender. Now at that time they are completely fearless. They are actually focused now on completely on Krishna. They don't have any home. They are not actually worried about whether I will get food or not, whether I get only dal or only rice. They are not worried about that. And they are actually, especially Vanaprastha and sannyas as well, they are not even interested in this appreciation, direct or subtle, that they can get from the opposite sex. When we have this interest that I should be appreciated by the opposite sex, that you are my hero, or you are looking so beautiful, that then that means you are fit for Grihastha life, not yet for Vanaprastha or Sannyas. But those who don't have those desires, they can directly jump from Brahmacharya to Sannyas as well. But it is for very few people it is possible. And Krishna has given this proper process that from Brahmacharya you go to Grihastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyas. That is the right way to go.
So Prabhuji, what is the difference between universal development and spiritual development, Prabhuji? So is that
not much? Because you are in Grihastha life, you are there were quite a lot of attachments. Here you are actually trying to start that, breaking those attachments and getting connected more and more towards Krishna. But for devotees who are Vaishnava devotees, they can remain in Grihastha life and they can get liberated like that also. And they can go back to Godhead as well. But in the traditional life where the Brahmacharya means student life, then you go into Grihastha life where they will do economic development and then sense gratification. So if you are only focused on that over a period of time, then you will have to actually go to Vanaprastha where you are trying to sever those attachments and trying to actually get connected, and then you completely get connected in sannyas.
So Mataji's, there is no sannyas, right? There's only the Vanaprastha.
Correct.
So then it is again back to the Vanaprastha will be in the jungle or it will be back to the family. So,
traditionally in the Vedic life, the man cannot take sannyas if he has responsibility of his wife. So if a woman leaves the body before him, only then he can take sannyas. That is one situation. The other situation is if his son is grown up and the son can take care of the mother, and then the man can take sannyas. These are the only two options for him. It is not that he can just give up his responsibility, and that is the next slide. So every ashrama, so we are discussing Grihastha life, so that is why Grihastha is now projected. Ta-dang, ta-dang.
One quick question though. So from Brahmacharya, like somebody goes to sannyasi, right? So will there be, is there any restriction about age and?
Oh, so when you can take? Sannyas generally, for example in ISKCON, sannyas is not given very quickly at an early age, because there is a possibility that you can fall down from that position. Sannyas is point of no return. From sannyas you should not be going back to Grihastha life. So you can remain brahmachari for 50 years if you want. And then you can actually, if you decide to go to Grihastha life, that is a different matter. It will not be seen as fall down, because that is a progression, brahmacharya to Grihastha. But if you actually from brahmacharya you go to sannyas, so brahmacharya you go to sannyas, say at the age of 30, and then at the age of 40 you get attracted to opposite sex, then that's a big fall down. So what is happening is you are becoming a pretender. Pretender is internally he is attached, externally he is showing that he is detached. That is really bad.
So outside ISKCON there will be a lot of people who will be taking in early stage like sannyas.
No, nowadays hardly anyone is interested in spiritual path anyway. So you would not see a lot of people taking sannyas in Kali Yuga. And if some are taking, you see the consequences as well. You see the consequences which are happening. And Maya is very strong. It is not that at the age of 50 if you take sannyas you are safe. You have to be actually surrendered to Krishna to be safe.
So from scripture's point of view, so what was the age defined?
There is no age mentioned there. As far as I know, if there is mentioned, I am not aware. But at least in ISKCON what happens is, if you actually want to become a sannyas, you have to take sannyas from brahmacharya, there is a sannyas ministry now. They actually see the qualification, his background, history and everything, and I think after 40-45 you can go on a list, and depending on what age you go on the list, you have a waiting period, that 5 years, 10 years, maybe 2 years, 1 year, like that, and depending on that they will actually observe you in that period before they award you sannyas diksha. Yes, Mataji.
So if a Grihastha who has done Vanaprastha and is deciding to go on sannyasa, has grown up kids, And so, does the do the Matajis have a say in it, or it's the Prabhuji's personal decision?
So it is generally what happens is, because he has a responsibility, when he got married, he took the responsibility of the wife that he will actually take care of her the entire life. So it is not that he can take the sannyas on his own. He has to get the permission of wife as well. But generally, because they have gone through vanaprastha, the purification has happened, sufficient purification has happened of both husband and wife. Wife will generally give permission to him at that point in time. But if he doesn't give, then they have to remain in vanaprastha.
Do they actually ask?
They should ask.
Just a question.
Okay, this will actually make it very clear for the next slide. Enjoyment. So each ashrama has some enjoyment available. Each ashram. It is not that only Grihastha ashram has enjoyment and other ashramas don't have enjoyment. But each ashrama also has to pay its price. And that is where we are going to discuss this Grihastha taking sannyas. Okay, the ashrama. So Brahmacharya ashram. Brahmacharya ashram, the enjoyment is study. They get enough time to study. And that's an enjoyment. Some devotees like studying. But the prices that they have to pay is dependence. They are not earning money, they are dependent on others. You can't say that it is not possible that you will work as well and you will study a lot as well. So Brahmacharya means you get enjoyment of study, but you have to sacrifice the independence. You have to pay the price of dependence. Grihastha life, there are multiple enjoyments available. You get a lot of money. The sacrifice that you have to do is, you have to earn it honestly and honorably. Grihasthas are not supposed to earn money by dishonest ways. And you need to give in charity. Now if you see Brahmachari people are not working. Vanaprastha retired. Sannyas, they don't even have house or anything. Who's earning? Only Grihasthas. So if only Grihasthas are earning and these other three ashramas are not earning, who's maintaining them? Grihasthas. So if Grihasthas don't give charity, how will they be maintained? So charity for Grihastha is very, very important. You can't say that, okay, some brahmachari has come here or some sannyasi has come here, I will not give, other people are anyway giving. Well, they are doing their duty, are you doing your duty? How will the brahmacharis, vanaprasthas and sannyasis be maintained without you giving charity? They are not earning. So it is a responsibility of a grihastha to give whatever it is possible for you to give. If you can only give $5, you give $5. If you can give 5,000, you should give 5,000. It depends on what your means are. Finally, they are going to use it in Krishna's service. So you should give charity. Somebody raised a hand here.
In that case, Prabhuji, then Grihastha have to earn more, no?
No. I said whatever is possible in your means. So if you are earning whatever, say $1,000, you should actually have some particular percentage kept for charity. Without that, otherwise you are too attached. The person who is earning $1,000 a month, as well as the person who is earning $100,000 a month, they both can give certain percentage. So if you decide, the Vedic scriptures gives a particular formula, we will not discuss it here, you will get heart attack. If I discuss you that formula. But anyway, you decide some small percentage of your earnings, say 10%. It's a very small percentage I am saying, as compared to what Vedic the scriptures say. So you decide say 5 or 10% of your earning. And the question may come whether it is before tax or after tax, Prabhu. You decide. Prabhu, is it talking about after tax or my savings? You decide. You decide your own limit, but don't decide 0.00005%, because then you are showing your attachment. So the process is for your own detachment and your own purification. So when we are actually going inside Grihastha life, we are going inside with desires. But when the person comes out of the Grihastha life, he should be actually purified. At least some purification has to be there of these things. Money. Then the second one is enjoy with the opposite sex. Brahmacharis, the student life, you are not supposed to indulge in any sex life. It's not allowed. It is not the current days of the students where the universities are providing condoms. It's not right. Brahmacharis are supposed to be in complete celibacy. In celibacy, they can also learn properly because there are no distractions, no other distractions. So with the less distractions, then they can study properly and then they can learn or absorb everything. But the price that they have to pay is they have to tolerate the opposite sex. It's not easy. One bangle don't make any noise. As soon as there are two bangles, even they are gold, they will make noise. It is like that. So you have to tolerate the opposite sex. They have different psychology and you have to actually be loyal even if they are not attractive anymore. They have grey hairs or they have now gained weight, still you can't give them up. Before they were very slim and trim and nice, and now they have become big, you still have to actually take care of them. Then the other enjoyment is children. Children give a lot of enjoyment. They are leelas and then the parents are engrossed in it. But the sacrifice or the price that you have to pay is, you have to take care of them. You have to educate them. And it's a long responsibility. It is not that you educate them in 6 months. You have to educate them for many, many years. 15 years, 18 years, 20 years that they are studying. So you have to take care of all that. Then in Vanaprastha life, the enjoyment is freedom. Both actually Vanaprastha and Sannyas, the enjoyment that they get is freedom. They are independent. So Brahmacharis were dependent as such, but here they are independent. Sannyasis are the teachers for the Brahmacharis. So they have those disciples to actually do all the work and everything. Their services are being done. But they themselves are independent. They are free. They have no positions. They will just take their danda, their jhola, and they will go door to door begging. If they get food, they will eat. If they don't get food, they will sleep hungry. They are not worried about that. So, Vanaprastha and Sannyasi, if they don't have a house, so it's austerity. That's the price that they have to pay. There is no security whether you will get food or not. They are no longer interested in emotional sense gratification. That, as we mentioned earlier, that you look beautiful or you are my hero or whatever that kind of sense gratification they cannot get. And in sannyas especially, they are completely fearless. They have to be fearless, only then they should take sannyas. Now let's take the case of the question which Mataji was mentioning earlier, that Grihastha is taking sannyas. Whenever some difficult time comes, one typical dialogue man gives is, I am taking sannyas. It is like saying that when the enjoyment was there, you took the enjoyment, and now when the problems are coming, you are not ready to pay the price. So you have taken the enjoyment, and now you are not ready to pay the price. What is that telling you? That you are a thief. Thieves are like that. They don't want to actually put that hard work, but they want to just get the hard-earned money of someone else. So they just want the enjoyment, but don't want to pay the sacrifice, or they don't want to do the sacrifice, don't want to pay the price. The other thing men say is, if only 10 years ago, if I would have come in contact with ISKCON, I would have remained brahmachari. It was not possible for you. If you are in Grihastha life, that means you were actually ready for Grihastha life. Brahmacharis don't go asking here and there that I should be taking should I take brahmacharya, should I remain brahmachari or should I get into Grihastha? If you are asking that question, that means you are ready for Grihastha. Brahmacharis don't ask that question. They know that I am remaining brahmachari and I am going forward and I am taking sannyas afterwards. You have taken Grihastha ashram, that means you are not fit for remaining brahmachari and taking sannyas. Now you have got the enjoyment, now you cannot actually run away. And the same thing applies for Matajis as well. And there is a complete nice example of Bhagavad Gita. Arjuna's example. Arjuna, what did he do? He wanted, when this time came to do his duty, time came to pay the price of being a Kshatriya, he said, I don't want to fight. Krishna says, don't become a thief. Don't run away from your duty. Don't run away from this battle. He said, fight. Do your duty. Be a man. Being a man doesn't mean that you have to be like proud or arrogant or whatever. You have to be doing your duty, tolerating all the inconveniences that comes on your path and keep doing your duty. That is being a man and being a woman as well. So you have to actually do your duty. Whatever inconvenience comes. For example, Matajis, even if like in India especially, nowadays the summer is summertime, the temperature is 45 degrees now there. 45, some places there are 50 degrees, close to 50. But that doesn't mean that they can actually stop cooking. Even in 45 degrees or 50 degrees temperature, you have to still cook. You have to still be in front of the stove. You can't stop cooking. So you have to do your duty. Isn't it?
Consider the labor work in summer days. It's very difficult for them compared to cooking.
Yes. So difficult, you have to pay the price. So remember, don't be a thief. You are in your Grihastha life, do your sacrifices, pay your price. I think it's time to do a big Hare Krishna Mahamantra so that everyone can wake up. Let's do Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay. So is this point clear? Any questions before we move on? Yes.
Say when we go to sannyasi, from one person to sannyasi, see if we have any pensions, something, so we should complete.
Sorry?
If you're getting pensions.
Pension? In Vedic life there was no pension proof. This pension has come because the Varnashram Dharma is not going properly. If Varnashram Dharma is going properly, then you should not be waiting for pension. Varnashram Dharma is when the king or the administrators, in fact all the Grihasthas were giving enough charity so that other classes were getting maintained. But because they are not doing the duty, what government is doing, they are charging you taxes so that you give to them and then they are distributing that wealth to the retired people. If the children, their son or generally in general the other people, they were ready to take care of the retired people, then the pension was non-existent. But in current day and life, because that is not going to happen, you are not going to get any charity from anyone. So if you are getting the pension, that is fine, you can use that for your maintenance. But then what happens is the pension is anyway less than your salary. So instead of using your pension for enjoyment, the pension should be used for simple living. Because now that enjoyment part is gone. Grihastha life is behind you. Now you are moving ahead to a simple life. And you are focusing on service. Even in that small pension as well, you can donate now more. And you can use that for service. You raised your hand. Yes.
How women in Vanaprastha can focus on universal development?
Yeah, with her husband. So in Vanaprastha, they are not going separately. They are going together. When they are going to Vana, so they are going together and they serve each other and then they serve the Supreme Lord. Through other Vaishnavas, they will serve them, and that is how they do.
If the husband is not there, or he took sannyas or something like that,
Then she stays at home.
Yeah.
She stays at home, but at home as well with the child, with the son. She should not be the babysitter.
Yeah, usually that's what happens when.
Yeah, but that is not. We are not talking about the Vedic lifestyle. We are talking about the modern lifestyle. Modern lifestyle is different, completely different from the Vedic lifestyle. So these are the problems of. We don't have enough time. Otherwise, there was another exercise that we do, which is what is the difference between Vedic lifestyle and the modern lifestyle, and what are the consequences. So there, all these things come up very nicely. But because we have shortened the time, generally this retreat can. Actually, this topic Grihastha life, we can do many retreats. Like we can do 10 retreats and we can keep talking about this. But then we have to actually give the essence and then leave the exploration phase to you. Give the principles and you can actually learn on your own through your practical things. And if there are any specific questions, then we can address in future.
So Prabhuji, so if you have people who have gone through, so say there are people getting this information for the first time.
Yeah.
And so if you've already passed most of those stages and you're in one of them, so for example, you're in the Vanasprastha stage already, how do you apply that in the current life? You suddenly, yeah. Because as you say, in Vedic perspective, you've been able to do it perfectly because you've had it before. But
So better late than never. Better late than never. So even if you actually understand this you have already in this phase of 50 to 75 years, and then at that point you are actually understanding, you are getting this knowledge, you should start applying from now. You can actually try to reduce the detachment and spend more and more time in Krishna consciousness. And the children, if they are in Krishna consciousness, they should actually help their parents. Here, on this side, Mataji.
I'll go. Sharadi.
Sharadi with her train is inside. Hare Krishna, Sharadi. Yes, Mataji.
Prabhuji, in Grihastha Ashram, we can save for Vanaprastha and Kali Yuga, we cannot depend on the pension or anything.
Correct. Yeah, you can save.
We can save.
Yes. Without over endeavoring.
For good 70%.
I'm not in there, we don't know. The rules can be changed.
They are in Vanaprastha, and if they don't go to Vana, they just stay in the home, then they should be not into socialized people.
Yes, so the universal development, that doesn't mean that you should actually be detached, like not connected to anyone. Vanaprastha life means that you are actually mainly focused on, Brahmacharya life, you are actually focused on yourself. You are studying and you are trying to absorb a lot of skills and knowledge. So you are focused on yourself. The Grihastha life is then you are focused on your family part. But when you actually go to Vanaprastha, you actually consider everyone as your family.
Like not interfering in everything like that, or
not interfering. So they should not be interfering anyway in the Grihastha life anymore of their children. That is not required, and that is actually not part of Vanaprastha.
But if the kids ask any advice, they can give.
Yeah, that is their duty, to give the advice. So there is no problem to fix for both Matajis and Prabhujis there and in the situation of Vanaprastha. Only if they require, actually they can see that sometimes the children are going the wrong path, they can give the advice at that time. Because out of love, they will not be able to tolerate that you are going on the wrong path, and they will give you advice. But generally the unsought for advice is never taken seriously, unfortunately. So it is not going to work. But you should ask for advice, and they should give advice if they see that something seriously going wrong. And that is how the dynasty is maintained, and the traditions are passed from the generation to generation. But that they should have already done when the children were growing.
Prabhuji, you'll never know when the death is going to come.
Correct.
So is there any impact on at the time of death, depending on which ashram you are in?
Very good point. That is what we are going to cover next. Okay, so covering next page, after a few slides it is coming. Yeah, stay tuned. Okay, let's move on and we will take there are a few more questions towards the end. So advice from Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So depending on whatever is your ashram, he is saying, Grihastha ko bande thako, sada hari bole dako, sukhe dukhe bhullo nako, vadane hari naam koro re, gaye gora madhur sware. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So he is saying, whether you are a householder or a sannyasi, constantly chant Hari Hari. Don't forget this chanting either in happiness or distress. Just fill your mouth with Harinam. Stuff up your mouth like Harinam. That whenever you open your mouth, what falls out is Harinam. It is like that. So it is saying that whether you are in a Grihastha life or Vanaprastha life or Sannyas life or Brahmachari life, doesn't matter. Wherever you are, you can chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So this is important. So now we are moving towards Vaishnavas. So whether you are Grihastha or a Sannyasi or a Brahmachari or a Vanaprastha or whatever, you can be a Vaishnava. You can always chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So in the next slide we are covering the glories, or actually what is the meaning of Grihastha. So this Grihastha, this Sanskrit word comes, actually the meaning is Griha Sthita Ashram. Now what is an ashram? What do you do in ashram? Mukesh Prabhu, what do you do in ashram?
Follow the rules and regulations of ashram. You get groomed towards that.
Yes, follow the rules and regulations of the ashrama and then do something. Where does that word ashrama comes from?
I'm not sure where it comes from, but we do sadhana.
Sadhana, so that is the following rules and regulations is sadhana. Ashrama word comes from ashray. So ashray means you have taken shelter. You have taken shelter of whom? The Supreme Lord. So finally you are taking shelter of the Supreme Lord and trying to go towards Him. That is the meaning of any ashram. That is why it is called Brahmachari Ashram. Grihastha Ashram. Vanaprastha Ashram. Sannyas Ashram. So this ashram word is common for whether you are a Brahmachari, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyas. So especially for Grihastha, what it means is a place where one has taken shelter of the Lord by staying in a home. So Griha Sthita Ashram means you are staying at home. Griha Sthita means you are staying at home. Living with family members but keeping Lord Krishna in the center. So you have to take shelter of the Supreme Lord by staying at home, but you have to actually keep Krishna in the center of your home. Now if Krishna is not in the center of your home, then you are actually not called Grihastha. You are called Grihamedi, and we will cover that in the next few slides. That is what Prabhuji was asking before.
So when you say Krishna is central, does that mean physically, worshipfully, or how does it mean?
In different ways. So physically as well. So physically means if Krishna is in the center, for example, now a very important person comes to your home. Now you have generally 3 or 4 bedrooms in your house. Now if the very important person which you actually value the most, which room you are going to give that person? The master bedroom, which is the main bedroom, right? So when Krishna is in the center of your house, what is like he should be given the prominent place in your house. It is not that in some corner of your kitchen or in one drawer where you can't keep anything, you can keep Krishna there as your altar. Yeah. Or the smallest place in your house, you cannot fit a bed there. You don't anyway have the cupboard, wardrobe, anything. It's not useful as a bedroom. Okay, Krishna can stay there. No, you should give him the prominent place. Prominent place means prominent place. So you find out for your house which is the most prominent place that you can give to Krishna and give that to him. That is physically saying that Krishna is at the center of your house. Then other is your lifestyle. Are you struggling to complete your rounds and at 10 o'clock at night you are saying Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Ram, 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 Hare Hare. That means Krishna is not priority in your life. If Krishna is priority, you don't have to actually find time for chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. You have to find time to do other jobs. Then Krishna is the center of your life. You are trying to find time. Arey, mujhe office bhi jana hai. I have to go to work as well. I have to do this as well. Oh, when will I study the Bhagavad Gita? When will I do my Bhakti Shastri assignments? So this is my priority. So that is how Krishna is then at the center of your life. There are many ways we can go on like that with examples. Okay.
Sorry, just in addition to that, so if you say a prominent place is the lounge or things like that, in most houses, or when you come from India and that sort of stuff, people have them in the corner. They say you need a quiet place to be able to worship and that sort of stuff. Does that apply? Can you have them in the middle of the lounge where you've got guests coming in and out every day, or things like that?
Yeah. So there are different ways that sometimes people give them a secluded, nice place like that. That is also okay. Traditionally, that is one way of doing it. The other way, generally, the process that we are following Srila Prabhupada and following Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mood is Jare dekho, tare kaho Krishna upadesh. Whoever you see, give him Krishna's message. So you want to actually attract people towards Krishna. If you are a Krishna devotee and your Krishna is inside some room, which is nice, that mood is that you want to actually give them secluded nice place so that they can rest, whatever. But the other mood can be that I want to actually make everyone a devotee. So everyone gets a darshan if they are in the lounge. So even guest comes, they can take darshan and automatically they get benefited. That's bhakti. Taking darshan is bhakti, part of bhakti. So Agyata Sakruti they are getting by getting darshan of Krishna. So different devotees have different mood. Depending on their mood, they can actually give different places in their house. As long as you think that this is a prominent place in your house, a special place that you have done, that's fine.
Prabhuji, in that case, if you keep it in the lounge, if some devotee, non-devotee, that if they won't believe the God and everything, they won't, if they come home and they won't make the of this respect to the altar or anything, it won't be an aparat for Krishna.
They might start becoming you.
So we can't be doing paralysis by analysis. So just because one person may come out of your 100 people that who are visiting, and that person may do offense, that is why I will not give darshan to other 99 people as well. That is not good. So you have to see what is your situation, and in that situation, if you are thinking that out of 199 are going to come as offenders, then you have to change your association as well. Just joking. But depending on the situation, you can decide whether you want to not keep in the lounge, you want to keep in another room. That's fine. That's okay.
Sometimes the people who come to work and they come with the...
That's okay. That doesn't matter. And if they have some work in that room where you have kept Krishna there.
Then we have to say it.
Yes. Yeah. Generally the people who are coming for doing work, they will not listen to you. Because it is by their health and safety regulation, that is why. So Krishna, remember, Krishna is not a fanatic God. Krishna is a loving person. He understands that if you want to work with electricity, you have to have some insulation. And that is why you have to have your shoes on while doing work on that. Otherwise you will die. So that is okay. So there was, actually I will give you an example when we were having a program running in the temple. And it was a seminar, so not a lot of devotees were there, and suddenly an old person who was sitting on the back chair, he just slipped from the chair, and we looked at him, and he actually had some stroke or something at that time. And so we called the ambulance, and we were trying to wake him up and trying to bring him back in consciousness. And one senior devotee was with us, Abhay Prabhu, and he is a very practical person, very advanced devotee, very practical person. And this ambulance guy came in, and I was at the door.
Shoes off.
and they tried to get in. I said, "This is a temple, please remove your shoes." He said, "Is someone in emergency or not?" This person asked me. Because if it is an emergency, how can you ask me to remove your shoes? And then Abhay Prabhu immediately saw something was going on. He came and he said, "Come in." So they came in inside the temple with their shoes on. They took care of that devotee, and they took him or something to their ambulance. They treated him, and he was okay. He came back walking himself after a few minutes from the ambulance. So practically, whatever you need to do based on time, place, and circumstances, you have to do. You have to. The most important part is to save the life of that person at that point in time. So if that requires the person coming with shoes on inside the temple, that is okay. Because a devotee is more important than following your rules and regulations. What you have to do is afterwards, then you have to clean the temple afterwards. You have to do proper cleaning afterwards. That is your service. That happens.
But otherwise, most of the worksmen, they come home for visiting, like insulation or something. Apart from the electricity, I haven't come for something. But they remove their, if you request them, they remove their shoes.
Yeah. At least some of them I have seen that they don't. But that's fine. So depending on, you can request them, and they say, "No, it is required for my work," you can continue like that. There's no problem. Okay. So anyway, at home, the rules and regulations are not that strict. Okay. So the goal of life, I think we have covered this. It is not to become a good Grihastha. Actually, the goal of life is to go back to Godhead. And Grihastha Ashram is the vehicle which can make this faster and happier, nicer. The experience will be nicer. Now, performing devotional service to the Lord Hari is the only purpose of life. There is no other purpose. So whether you are in Brahmachari Ashram, Grihastha Ashram, Vanaprastha or Sannyas, this is the purpose of life. To provide devotional service to Lord Hari. Okay, so glories of Grihastha Ashram. How Grihastha Ashram is glorious? It is the source of all other ashramas. So whether brahmacharis, whether grihasthas, whether you are a vanaprastha or sannyas, where do they come from? From grihasthas. The children are born only in grihastha ashram, or supposed to be born. But if they are born outside, then they are not grihasthas anyway. So they are the source of all other ashramas. So they have this duty of procreation. So that is their glory, to give good population. Now it is the only ashrama which generates money, that we have covered. In the previous slide we were talking about it. That it is the only ashrama where we are allowed to earn money, and that money then you have to give in charity, because then you have to maintain the other three ashramas, as well as the brahmanas who's in their ashrama as well, they are maintained by grihasthas. So there are very few people who are earning. So brahmacharis are not earning. In generally, okay. So because the first 25, then the next 25, next 25, like that years of age you are distributing, that means on an average 25% population will be in brahmachari ashram. Isn't it? 25% population will be in grihastha ashram. Other 25 will be vanaprastha and other 25 will be in sannyas. So the 25% people are maintaining all other ashramas, other 75 and themselves as well. In that 25% as well, there are brahmanas, then kshatriyas, vaishyas and shudras. Brahmanas don't earn. Brahmanas don't do any work for earning. They only teach. They are not supposed to earn. And whatever as a dakshina they get from their students, they are supposed to live on that. So again, out of those 25% that brahmanas are gone. So the remaining, let's say 5% are brahmanas. There are less brahmanas as compared to other areas. So even say 1 or 2% if they are brahmanas, the other like 20 to 22% people are maintaining the entire society.
11% because Mataji are there.
Sorry?
Mataji are there, so 11%.
Very good point. Fantastic. So in Vedic life, the Matajis are taking care of the house. So out of those 22, only 11% are maintaining the rest of the population. So you have to assume now, understand why a large portion of your income has to go into charity. Do you understand now?
Prabhu, I have no money for sense gratification.
That's very good. Yes, Maharaj.
In Grihastha Ashram, that maintaining of brahmacharis means we can save for the kids' education and all till they settle. That means we don't know when they earn themselves. Till then we have to look after them, or after 25 years, okay, you take care of yourself now, you cannot leave.
Yeah. So if your children are actually good, whatever you save is not required by them. They can actually earn themselves. And if your children are bad, whatever you have earned is of no use to them, because they are going to actually finish it within first 6 months. Whether you are a millionaire or a billionaire. So it actually is, what you can actually give them is good values. If you can actually develop a character for them, that is the most important service that you can do for them. If you are really keen in doing something for your children, give them character, give them values. Don't worry about how much money you are saving for them. If without over-endeavoring, you are able to save something for them, you can do it. But without over-endeavoring. You have to still take care of their education and everything, so you have to earn that much so that you can educate them. Again, education as well, we get too carried away by saying that, okay, I want to put my child into this particular kind of school only, or a private school, or this particular different school where the fee $25,000 or $30,000 or $40,000. Then you are actually over-endeavoring for that. I have studied in a school which was actually running into a temple of a Maruti, Hanuman. I have studied in a village where they had a school, and when there are more children, then they will just use nearby temple, or if the weather is good, we will sit under the tree and we will learn like that. So I have studied like that, and I have now I have still made lot of material progress, that so-called material progress.
But
I
in
have.
Kali Yuga we cannot send, in India especially, we cannot send to the government school now, Prabhuji.
Why not? I have studied in government
At that
school.
age it's okay, Prabhuji. Now at present age,
Why not?
No, there are good students in government schools.
Yes.
Mataji, very good students.
It is possible.
the father is doing software engineering. If
Yes.
he sent to the government school, how
That's
the
the society.
Yes, that's the problem. That is the problem, right? We are competing with each other. So competition with each other is where we want to earn more, we want to do more and more. So that competition will happen for everything. The competition will happen for my husband is working as software engineer, and this other software engineer has a 3-bedroom flat. Why I am staying in only 2-bedroom flat? The same thing. That why his children are going into a better school and why my children are going to not like a government school.
Maybe
What we
parents
should
can
be.
think that I didn't get the opportunities to study in the private school. Now I am earning because my father is a government employee. That's why he cannot afford that one. So I went to that Telugu medium or any medium in government school.
I went into Marathi medium school. Not an English medium school.
English medium.
Yeah, they can. The parents will think that okay, I cannot make it. Maybe I can give it to my.
Okay, fine. So I'm not saying that if you have means to do it, you still send your children to a government school or whatever the cheapest school is also available. I'm saying that don't make the reason for over-endeavoring. That if your earning is so much that you can actually afford only this much, you should go ahead and do that much only. Don't try to compete with each others who are actually doing, sending to a private school or paying 25,000, 40,000 fee for sending the children to particular school or college, and because of that you will have to do 2 jobs, or both husband and wife have to work, or they have to do extra long hours, 12 hours, 14 hours, and that is happening, then that is not good. If with whatever 8 hours of working, if you are able to achieve it, fine, do it.
So, to use an example, so if you were starting a business, right, say it's a business where it's one person doing it, is it wrong to try and want to be successful in that business and have a plan to open a bigger one to have more staff where you can then be doing less physical work in it, maybe only doing management in it, opening multiple branches and things like that? Is that over-endeavoring? How does that work?
See the problem?
When do you
understand. Yeah. So, what happens in this situation? This is very similar to sometimes people come and say that I want to earn more and more money so that I can give more and more to Krishna. So that is the logic. In future I want to do something, that is why I want to actually put more effort now. So who has seen the future proof? When you are saying that you want to actually spend more and more time now on this, so that in future you will be able to manage and you don't have to work that hard. So the problem with this logic is, automatically what will happen is you will not be able to spend time currently in Krishna consciousness because you are focused on this. And that is the reason, that is why it is called prayas. Prayas means over-endeavoring. Over-endeavoring doesn't mean that I will over-endeavor, so it is a balance. Remember, family life is a balance. You can't say that I will over-endeavor now and I will under-endeavor afterwards, so it is a balanced. That is not a balance. You have to balance now, you have to balance in future. So as long as you are able to actually do your 16 rounds of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra chanting, you can do, and then you can do, put some extra effort for doing, growing your business, why not do it? Okay, break?
Tea is there from morning, so I kept it in the
Can I finish this slide?
Yeah, sure.
Will it get cold after 15 minutes?
No.
No? Okay, so I can take 15 minutes. I have a break planned somewhere.
Sure, sorry.
Okay. Boss has agreed.
The problem is fixed.
Okay, so they have to maintain the ashrama. So you understood this part, okay, good. So they receive spiritual help from Vanaprastha and Sannyasi. It is not that they don't get anything from anyone. When Grihasthas, the idea is that the Vanaprasthas and Sannyasis are giving you the spiritual knowledge, so that actually you can progress in your Krishna consciousness. And you are maintaining them physically. So you are taking care of their physical things, physical needs, and they are taking care of your spiritual needs. All the development required to run the society comes from this ashram. So this house, building the house, or building the roads, building the bridges, building the buses, cars, aeroplanes, everything. All this happens in Grihastha ashram, because only what's happening? Somebody's phone is ringing? Okay, it has stopped. Fine. Okay, so all the development required happens here. So we saw that the work happens in Grihastha ashram, where we have
only your phone right the people.
away.
Maybe some disturbance.
Okay, that's fine. So the Grihastha ashram has the Shudras as well as the Vaishyas and the mercantile people, the Kshatriyas. The Brahmanas anyway are not doing this kind of work. So all these people will be actually doing all the development in the society, required for the society. So that is also coming from Grihastha ashram. Now don't say that in the modern age they are like single and they are doing it. They are not supposed to do it because in single they should be studying. They should not be going into the other things. Some limited facility for sense enjoyment is available in this. Some limited facility for sense enjoyment is available in the Grihastha ashram. But you have to actually use with under regulation. You can't just enjoy without any regulations. Some examples of main people who are in Grihastha ashram. Krishna was a Grihastha. When he came, he had a lot of queens. In Goloka as well, he is with Radharani, so he is a Grihastha, he is not a single person. Then Lord Shiva is a Grihastha? Yes. What about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu?
Grihastha past then sannyasi.
Yeah, so he was a Grihastha, then he became an ideal sannyasi as well. Then there are many devotees as well, like Arjuna. He was a Grihastha, and the Bhagavad Gita was given to a Grihastha. Then Bhaktivinoda Thakur in the Parampara that we can see. So 1, 2, 3, 4th. He was a Grihastha, and he was a very ideal Grihastha. Vyasadeva, who is the editor of all these books that we are reading now. So Srila Vyasadeva was a Grihastha. He was not a sannyasi, he was a Grihastha. That is how Shukadeva Goswami came.
Lord Narasimha is...
So Narasimha is Lord Vishnu himself. So Vishnu and Lakshmi is there. So we say Lakshmi Narasimha. No, Vyasdev is not a sannyasi. Vyasdev is a Grihastha. In Srimad Bhagavatam there is a story that comes that when Shukadeva Goswami, when he is born, he immediately leaves the house. He starts walking because he is inside the womb for many years, 18 years. So when he comes out, he starts walking. And Vyasa is thinking, oh, we have been waiting for you and now you have arrived and you are going. So stay with us. And he is running behind Shukadeva Goswami. So there was a pond where some young beautiful girls, they were taking bath. So when Shukadeva Goswami was passing by, they did not worry about that, oh, this boy is going. Actually this 18-year boy, beautiful, and he is going naked because he had just born. But he is detached, he is just walking like that. These beautiful girls in the pond, they are also without clothes, but they are actually not bothering that Shukadeva Goswami is walking by. But behind them, Vyasadeva is coming running, and immediately as soon as they see Vyasadeva, they started covering themselves. And Vyasadeva is thinking, oh, this young boy, 18 years, when he was passing by, you did not cover yourself. I am the age of your father, and when I am passing by, you are covering yourself. So he asked why. So one sannyasi whose lecture I was hearing some time ago, he jokingly said that, why? Because when Shukadeva Goswami was going by, he did not ask us why. But main essence is, because Vyasadeva is in Grihastha ashram, he has to differentiate between man and woman. Otherwise Grihastha ashram cannot happen. So because he is in that ashrama where he has to differentiate between man and woman, that is why these girls started covering themselves. But Shukadeva Goswami is detached completely, and he is directly sannyas. So they are not worried about, he is not seeing them as girls. He is seeing them as just a jiva, fallen jiva. Actually, because he is a pure devotee, he is thinking then that all are Krishna conscious jiva anyway. So it is like that. So that is how the story comes. But anyway, Vyasadeva is Grihastha. Sorry?
Panduraju or Bhishma, the son of Vyasadeva?
Bhishma.
Oh. Again. Yes. Mahabharata stories. So Vyasadeva is the father of Dhritarashtra,
Pandu,
and Vidura. Like that. Okay, Srimad Bhagavatam, as soon as Shukadeva Goswami starts speaking, so Parikshit Maharaj asked the questions in the first canto, these things going on, and Shukadeva Goswami is speaking now. So Shukadeva Goswami starts talking about, in the first chapter of the second canto, second verse itself he starts talking about Grihamedis. I talked in the beginning, I mentioned about there are Grihasthas and then there are Grihamedis. Let's try this. Little bit away. Let us see whether it works. So Grihasthas and Grihamedis, that the devotee or a person whose house Krishna is at the center, that is Grihastha. And when sense gratification and himself is at the center, they are not called Grihasthas, they are called Grihamedis. So we will only read the translations for now. Someone can read the translation?
Those persons who are materially engrossed, being blind to the knowledge of ultimate truth, have many subject matters for hearing in human society.
Yes. The next one. Someone else? Yes.
The lifetime of such an envious householder is passed at night either in sleeping or in sex indulgence, and in the daytime either in making money or maintaining family members.
Mataji's?
Persons devoid of Atma Tattva do not inquire into the problems of life, being too attached to the fallible soldiers like the body, children and wife. Although sufficiently experienced, they still do not see their inevitable destruction.
Mataji's?
O descendant king of Bharata, one who desires to be free from all miseries must hear about glorified and also remember the personality of God, who is the silver soul, the controller and the
Savior from all miseries. So if you see the difference, so this verse is not talking about Grihamedis. So these three verses that we talked about, so 2.1.2 was talking about Grihamedis. So Shukadeva Goswami Maharaj is saying that those who are materially engrossed, being blind to the knowledge of ultimate truth, who are not interested in Krishna consciousness, they are called Grihamedis. In the verse you see this word, Apashyatam Atma Tattvam Griheshu Grihamedinam. So here, here, Grihamedinam. So Grihamedi and Grihastha, there is a difference. So Grihamedis are not interested in Atma Tattva, they are not interested in Krishna consciousness, whereas Grihasthas are. Then Shukadeva Goswami says further that such householders are envious and they are wasting their time. In what? At night they are either sleeping or indulging in sex, and daytime either making money or maintaining family members. They have nowhere time for Krishna, anywhere. And what they do? So they inquire into the problems of life. Even if they get opportunity to talk to some saintly people, they will say something related to their material things. They will not talk about Atma Tattva. And being too attached to the fallible soldiers like the body, children and wife, although sufficiently experienced, they still do not see their inevitable destruction. And here, the Shukadeva Goswami is talking now about the Grihasthas. So there are three key things which are mentioned for Grihasthas: Shrotavya, Kirtitavya and Smartavya. What is it? Shrotavya means hearing. Kirtitavya is glorification, so Kirtan. So Shravanam, Kirtanam and then Smartavya. Smartavya is Smaranam, remembering. So very easy formula Shukadeva Goswami has given. So one who desires to be free from all miseries must hear about, glorify and also remember the personality of Godhead, who is the super soul, the controller and the savior of all miseries. And that is why I was so pleased whenever you are getting time You are coming together and discussing about Bhakti Shastri verses or something. This is what? Shrotavya, Kirtitavya and Smartavya. That means now you are actually becoming Grihasthas. Listeners are still not becoming. They are still little bit far, little bit away because they are not getting the taste. They are not giving the commitment to do it. And because the commitment is there for you, Krishna is reciprocating with you in that way. And that is why you are so absorbed. You are not wasting the time. Earlier in the last retreat, I know, you are not discussing about scriptural things here. You will just do some other thing, or you will for some time you will discuss this, and then the vehicle will take some other U-turn and go somewhere else. But now, whenever you are getting time, you are discussing together about, oh, what is this assignment, what is the answer, what is that. So now you are absorbed more. Well done.
What did Prabhu tell you was in the test?
So the okay, someone else can. Yes.
The highest perfection of human life achieved either by complete knowledge of matter and spirit, by practice of mystic powers, or by perfect discharge of occupational duty, is to remember the personality of Godhead at the end of life.
What do you understand? Ante Narayana Smriti. So the verse is quite actually famous. This particular verse is quite famous. What it says is that the goal of life is Ante Narayana Smriti. So at the end of our life, we should remember Krishna. Anta Karachamavya. So Bhagavad Gita as well talks about that. So Srimad Bhagavatam in the beginning itself, in the knowledge, Shukadeva Goswami has already given that the finally what you want to achieve, you are remembering all these things so that at the end of life, Ante, you will remember Narayana's name. If you achieve that, you have achieved everything. This one is also another verse which is not in the same sequence but gives the same logic or same understanding. This is Prahlad Maharaj talking. Prahlad Maharaj is saying, Matirna Krishne Parata Svatova Mitho Bhipadyet Griha Vratana Adanta Govir Vishatanta Misram Punah Punashcharvita Charvananam. Mataji can read the translation.
Prahlad Maharaj replied, because of their uncontrolled senses, persons too addicted to materialistic life make progress towards hellish conditions and repeatedly chew that which has already been chewed. Their inclinations towards Krishna are never aroused. They either by the instructions of others, by their own efforts, or by a combination of both.
So Punashcharvita Charvanana means you have already chewed it. Then you chewed and you removed it for some time. Again you are taking it and again chewing and thinking that you will get some rasa. We are doing it. We have done it for so many lifetimes. Eating, meeting, sleeping and defending. You are doing it as a dog, as a pig, as a worm, and as a bird, or as an animal. And still when you have got a human life, you are still interested only in eating, meeting, sleeping and defending. So Krishna, like Prahlad Maharaj is saying, it is like Punashcharvita Charvanana. How many lifetimes we are going to do that? How are you going to get the rasa out of that? Like in India you do this sugarcane juice. He is extracting the last drop and you are wondering that how much juice is going to come from here. But he is interested in that one drop as well that comes out of, so he will twist it and he will again put it. So it is like that. So we are trying to extract that last drop from that Punashcharvita Charvanana. Then we are going to take a break of 5 minutes here. But in that break, what you can do is, you can think about what is the difference between Grihastha and Grihavedi. And we will come back here in 5 minutes. It is 11:05, so 11:10 we will restart. So there is, I think, some herbal tea kept. tea is there, so you can have. So we'll come back. Whoever is here, we'll start. So Grihastha versus Grihamedi, what is the difference? Yes, Prabhu.
Grihastha keeps Krishna in the center.
Krishna in the center.
Grihamedi keeps sense gratification
at the center. Very good. What else? Yes, Mother.
Grihastha which keep little bit amount for charity, but Grihamedi will enjoy himself. And
Good. Yes. What else? From the verses that we saw as well, there are many differences there. Yes, Prabhu. Purandar Prabhu.
Grihamedi engrossed only in his own senses, material progress. Whereas Grihastha, along with the things, he will be paying some focus towards the Supreme Personality.
Okay, Purandar Prabhu.
Grihasthas are kind of detachedly attached, whereas Grihamedis are attached.
Okay. Jyoti Mata.
Grihastha always talk about Krishna, think about
Very good.
Krishna,
Yes.
bhajans and all this. But Grihamedi won't do.
So what do they do?
Grihamedi,
What do they talk about?
it's more about sense gratification, material.
Grihastha inquires about Atma Tattva, whereas Grihamedi does like during the night time he will be either sleeping or indulging in sex activities, or daytime they will be earning money.
Very good. So we'll see this from different angles. I think we have covered most of the points. So the goal of Grihastha is Krishna, and goal of Grihamedi is sense gratification. Then hearing, what the Grihastha is hearing about? The Grihastha is hearing about glorification of Krishna. So Smartavya, Shrotavya, Kirtitavya and Smartavya. All three is doing that which is related to Krishna. And Grihamedi is hearing about many subjects which are material subject matters. Speaking, as Prabhuji mentioned, so Grihastha is interested in Atma Tattva, so he is speaking about that. Whereas the Grihamedis, they are speaking about gossips. Remembering and meditating. So remembering happens for Grihastha, it is Ante Narayana Smriti. So when he is alive, he is talking about Narayana. When he is at the time of death, he is thinking about Narayana. But whereas for Grihamedis, what they are doing is they are always thinking and talking about some sense gratification. So they are sleeping, while sleeping as well, they are meditating on how I can earn more money, or how can I get more sense enjoyment or sex enjoyment, like that. Attachment, their attachment, Grihastha's attachment is with Krishna, and the attachment of Grihamedis is attached to what? Like? Yes. So they are too attached to their family. So they are attached to fallible sources like the body, children, husband or wife, like that. Destination. What is the destination of a Grihastha?
Go back to
Go back to Godhead. And Grihamedis?
material.
Punah charvita charvinana. They will again come back and be engaged in the eating, mating, sleeping, depending. Again they will come back. So that is the difference between Grihastha and Grihamedi. So what are the things that we should do to be a complete Krishna conscious Grihastha? Again another shloka from Srimad Bhagavatam. So this is one of those shloka that I was referring previously. Guru na sasyat swajano na sasyat Pita na sasyat janani na sasyat Daivam na tasyan na patishya sasyan Namo Jayetya Samupeta Mrityam.
Namo Jayetya Samupeta Mrityam.
Who wants to read the translation?
One who cannot deliver his dependent from the path of repeated birth and death should never become a spiritual master, a relative, a father, a husband, a mother, or a worshipable demigod.
Interesting, isn't it?
Even a worshipable demigod.
Demigods are supposed to deliver you. They are supposed to guide you towards the right path. That is their duty. I sincerely believe, personally for me, that Lord Ganesha has actually helped me to become Krishna conscious. Because I used to worship Lord Ganesha, and through Lord Ganesha's worship, my sincere prayer always used to be to Lord Ganesha is whatever, because I had heard from another devotee that if you don't know who is the Supreme, you can just talk, you can just request and you can pray to them that whatever is very dear to you, you give to me. And somehow or the other I like that idea. And since then, whenever I used to pray to Lord Ganesha, I used to just do this. I did not used to ask anything else, but I used to just say that whatever is most dear to you, you please give to me. And then he gave me to Krishna. So I am very thankful to Lord Ganesha. So, especially for here, what we are saying is, you cannot become a father or a mother without taking the responsibility of making your children Krishna conscious. Or even, you cannot become a husband if you cannot make your wife Krishna conscious. That's a responsibility. If you cannot take that responsibility, don't marry them. If you cannot take the responsibility of making your children to become Krishna conscious, then you should not have children. You should take. Basically, what it says is it is not recommending that not have children. It is recommending, it is saying that have children, but you should take the responsibility of making them Krishna conscious. So it's saying that Guru, you should not become a spiritual master. Even the so-called gurus who are just coming and talking about something, but they are not making any changes in the lifestyle of their disciples, not making any changes at all. If it is like that, then how their disciples are going to go back to Godhead? Just remaining in sense enjoyment, they are never going to go back to Godhead. So it is Guru's responsibility to give the right path to their disciples so that they can actually go back to Godhead. If you cannot do that, if you think that it is not achievable for you, don't become a spiritual master. Don't accept any disciples. You should only accept disciples, you should only become a guru if you can take the responsibility of taking those disciples back to Godhead. Only then you should accept. A relative, that's too much. Now we are relative of so many. Swajano na sasya. So that means, Swajano means if you have relatives, or you are relative obviously, then your job is to actually make your family as well Krishna conscious. But not fanatically. Mostly in the beginning stage, we should not preach to our family members. Because our mood is generally very fanatic at that state. Because we are recently got something new and we are very keen to give to someone else. And we are pushing it under their throat somehow or the other. And that doesn't go well.
But here I think, if someone cannot deliver his dependence, he cannot become a relative.
One who cannot deliver his dependence from the path of repeated birth and death should never become a spiritual master and relative. So I should not become a relative of someone if I cannot deliver them. I cannot become a spiritual master if I cannot deliver my disciples. I cannot become a father or mother or a husband if I cannot deliver my dependents who are my wife or my children. Or I should not become a worshipable demigod if I cannot deliver dependents, again, my bhaktas. It's like that. Okay.
Sorry. How can you stop becoming a relative? Right?
Yes, that means everyone has a responsibility to deliver our family members.
So it says relatives, dependents who are like dependents, right? So relatives who have dependents.
One who cannot deliver his dependents from the path of repeated birth and death. Yes.
So relatives who are have dependents, then only it is applicable.
If you want to take it like that, you want
they only those people will listen.
will listen to you. That is correct. That is true.
Dependent. Like
Yes,
children,
you are right.
Mother, father.
Correct.
Because relatives may challenge saying like you first preach to your kids, your
Yeah.
dependent. Then
Correct. That is right.
But in some cases there will be relatives who are dependents also. In those cases we can.
Yes. Because all this the relationship which are shown, they are higher and lower. So for example, the demigods are higher and then his devotees, the spiritual master and his disciples. So there is already a higher and lower platform where they will be able to listen. If that platform is not there, the listening is not there, obviously you cannot forcibly go to that higher platform and then teach them. Again, husband and wife relationship, Srila Prabhupada made it very clear. He said that it is not only the husband who is the spiritual master of the wife. Sometimes in some situations the wife can become a spiritual master of the husband. He said that there are situations where wife is Krishna conscious and husband is not. In that situation, the wife can become a spiritual master and bring the husband to Krishna consciousness. And you should not be actually bring your false ego in between in that situation, because finally the goal of life is to go back to Godhead. And if somebody is trying to help you bring closer to Krishna, you should be grateful. Instead of thinking that, oh, how she is my wife and why should I listen from her and whatever. It should not be like that. Whatever is good you can get from other people, you should get. You should take. The only criteria we should actually use is whatever the other person is saying, is that going to help me go back to Godhead? Will Krishna like me doing this? If the answer is yes, take it. If the answer is no, reject it. If you just follow this simple formula in the entire life, guaranteed that you will, at the end of this life, you are going to go back to Godhead. There is no doubt absolutely at all. If you follow this simple formula in any activity that you do, you just ask this simple question: will Krishna like this? Or will this action take me closer to Krishna? Answer is yes, do the activity, do it more. If the answer comes as no, don't do it, reject that activity or reject the thing. If you follow this formula, in this single lifetime, you will go back to Godhead. Duties of a good Grihastha. Now we saw the glories, we saw some pitfalls, that where they can, pitfalls where? That you will keep enjoyment, because there was some enjoyment which was available in Grihastha life. But if you keep enjoying, then you will become Grihamedi instead of a Grihastha. Now we are seeing some duties. Strong sadhana is required. If you have to actually deliver your children, your relatives, and all the other people that you are supposed to deliver, you should be strong enough. So you require a strong sadhana. So 16 rounds minimum of Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, chanting is required. Following 4-letter principle strictly is required. We discuss deity worship. So deity worship for householders, it is recommended, and it can be a very simple kind of deity worship. You don't have to actually even have the deities. You can just keep pictures. Pictures or a photo of Radha Krishna or a photo of Gaurnita you can keep, and a Guru Parampara photo you can keep, and you can just offer the bhoga to them when like the breakfast, lunch, dinner or whatever you are cooking, you can offer, as long as it doesn't have the things like onion, garlic, meat, egg, fish, all these things, mushrooms. Basically the food in mode of goodness should be offered. Passion and ignorance keep away. So simple deity worship you can do. Why deity worship is recommended for Grihastha is then you can actually start practicing keeping Krishna in the center of your life. And that is why you can have deities. And in the beginning the suggestion is not have deities directly, you have pictures. when you are not fixed enough to actually worship the deities properly, it is recommended that you have picture, a photo of Radha Krishna or photo of Gaur Nitai and the Guru Parampara photo, and then actually do deity worship like that. Only when you will advance little bit, you become fixed up. Generally after initiation, the spiritual master gives you the deities.
Prabhuji, what about the happy dolls? They are...
Yeah, they are not considered deities. They are, that's why they are called happy dolls. But you can actually worship them and you can offer bhoga to them.
Prabhuji, Krishna is in every form. Even there is no difference between name or is in any of his forms. So what is the difference in picture and deity?
Yeah, so in the deity form, you actually invoke, you actually request them to come and be present there. So when actually you do that, you are supposed to take care of them as if they are like their person, they are present. If you are doing it like that, then you have to be, even though at home the deity worship is not that strict as compared to as like the temple deity worship, but still you have to follow some particular vow that you take for them. You can say that, okay, I am not able to actually worship you in the morning, but at least in the evening when I come from office, I will do some kirtan, or I will just in the morning I will sit and chant in front of you, or I will offer you bhoga like this. So you decide some own rule and regulations that for home, and then you can actually start worshipping. But in the beginning that is also not possible. In the beginning we are still so loose. We are coming from material life into spiritual life. So there our determination is not that strong. It is better to actually worship the picture form where you are not doing that. You still get the same benefit because as you are saying, Krishna in the name, form, picture or whatever is there, but it becomes more stricter in the deity form because you are going towards more serious commitment. Pictures you can keep at home when you are going for say travel, deities you have to carry. So if you are going to India, you for 3-4 weeks you carry your deities with you because they are just like taking children. So you can't just keep children at home and you go for 4 weeks to India and come back. It is like that. Sometimes you can keep the deities if you have to urgently go somewhere you cannot actually manage to take. You have to still pass it on to someone who can take care of them. So you can give to some other devotee saying that I have to go urgently, can you take care of my deities and this is what I follow. So they can actually then take care of them. But
when you are carrying them, you have to put them in a suitcase, no, Prabhuji.
Yeah, that's okay.
Isn't that considered putting children in the suitcase?
Yeah, that's fine. That you have to do. Time, place and circumstances. Krishna can manage that.
Prabhuji, with that, I mean, I've seen some devotees, they get like an ice cream box or something like that where they can put all the paraphernalia and keep them safe and then put that somewhere. And have
Yeah, I have a camera bag. So in cameras you have these nice bags for big cameras and you can make them compartmentalized and that is like a bag sack I have for our Gaur Nitai and we put them there standing and they are on our back and we are going with them. And sometimes we hear them dancing inside because what happens is their hands actually touch each other and when we are going we actually hear this and we imagine that oh they are dancing inside. We have to should do something to their hands.
Definitely they are happy there.
Prabhuji, if you take to India, we will travel to any pilgrimage, very auspicious spaces, we have to take them or we can keep it in mother's house or...
As long as somebody is going to take care of them there. So if you are going say for 1 week to Vrindavan, better take your deities with you.
We can take.
Yeah.
But we cannot offer the bowl, we cannot cook there.
Yeah, so at that time, for example, when we go, we generally then offer some fruits and some dried nuts and fruits, dry fruits and dry nuts. So that way you can make some offering 3 times or at least two times. Something simple. They are happy to go to Vrindavan. They are happy to go to Mayapur. So if you go there, that is the offering that we can do. That is what we generally do. But if it is very difficult, going to be very difficult, then you can just keep somewhere where they can be taken care of. That is the main idea for deities. For pictures, rules are relaxed. That's why I'm saying that in the beginning, don't go for deities, go for pictures. Even when you decide that I want to actually I want to buy some deities, please talk to your mentors before you actually do it. They can guide you properly when to buy, what to buy.
That means we have to treat like as a person.
Yes.
Absolutely.
What if you now got 80s and you know the stage of taking care of them? What do you do with those 80s?
Then you have to still take care of them. You have to increase your standard. Okay, offer bhoga and arti at home. All family members should come together to do kirtan. Some discussion on Shastra. So you can do a Bhagavatam class at home. If it is not possible, at least come together and sit and chant together. Or you can do some kirtan, say 10-15 minutes kirtan. Or you can just come together and read one verse from Bhagavad Gita or one verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. So that way at least you are gaining knowledge in association of each other. Invite devotees home, serving them prasadam and have satsang. Do some temple service as well. So at least some small service you can take up, which is not directly related personally for you. Otherwise we become only self-centered. So in our devotional service as well, we should not be only self-centered. So take at least some service where you are doing, or when I am saying temple, for example Journey of Self-Discovery, all these programs are not directly at you are happening for your home. So those are all temple programs. So you can do some service there. So that way as well, you are doing some detached service. You are not related directly for you. So these are the three factors which are given: Namaruchi, Jivadaya and Vaishnava Seva. Generally all these things that we talked about are like that. Namaruchi is sadhana. So you develop the taste for the holy name. Jivadaya means that you are actually preaching because you are merciful towards the other devotees. Now you have got benefited, you want to actually pass that benefit to others. So out of that compassion, you actually start passing on the knowledge to others. And Vaishnava Seva is serving the other devotees who are senior to you. And the simple solution or simple factor of all these points that we have been discussing is keeping Krishna in the center. If you are able to remember this one point, then you are fine. So another advice from Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Jedina grehe bhajan dekhi grihate golok bhaya. Jedina grehe bhajan dekhi grihate golok bhaya. Charan siddhu dekhiya ganga sukha nasima paya. So every day Golok Vrindavan appears in my home. When I see Lord Hari being worshipped there, my joy knows no bound when I see the Ganges, a river of nectar emanating from the Lord's lotus feet. So automatically when you are worshipping the Supreme Lord at home or some devotional service you are doing at home, Krishna becomes pleased and from his lotus feet this nectar comes out. And which means that some mercy you get, and because of that the entire family becomes happy. That is the meaning. So remember the personal action plan? Yes. Now whatever theory that we have covered, we have seen the difference between first of all we have seen what is the real Grihastha. Then we have seen what is the difference, what is the glories of Grihastha life, the responsibility, the duties of Grihastha life, what is the price that we have to pay. We have seen the difference between Grihastha and Grihamedi. Now based on all this, you have to actually now fill up the second box on your personal action plan. My action plan for becoming a better Grihastha or Grihini. you have 5 minutes to complete that. So this second box here on the first page. Put some practical items. Don't be very vague. I will put Krishna in the center of my life. That's a little bit vague. What will you do to keep Krishna in the center of your life? That will be like a little bit specific. Anyone wants pens? I think there were one or two pens there near the suggestion box. But there are more pens here in the box. And how many people want pens? Okay. Otherwise there are more pens here in the box. I will also take the suggestion box in the meantime. This is the final session. Okay. So we have some time for some stories. This is when the sessions 2 starts. So you have 2 more hours. I'm going to complete that in by 12:30 instead of 12. I have already asked the boss. Boss said 12:30 the prasadam is going to be ready. So I have time till 12:30. So session 2 is going to be on the sketch that you did. HEART. Humility, empathy, association, respect and tolerance. A for appreciation, correct. Okay, so we have seen this personal action plan you have completed, right? Everyone know? No one is still writing it? Okay. So everyone, we are looking for perfect partner. So perfect partner or perfect spouse means the person who doesn't argue at all, does not shout.
That's not possible.
Correct. And in the end, finally, he or she does not exist. So a perfect person does not exist. So actually the common pitfall is that when we are looking for a perfect partner, we don't see how many defects we ourselves have. So we want Ram as a husband or Sita as a wife. Like, I want somebody like Sita, somebody like Ram. But are you, like if you are looking for somebody like Sita, are you Ram? If you have qualities of Ram, then maybe you will get somebody who has qualities of Sita. But if you don't have, then don't expect. So generally, the husband and wife will not be perfect. And we have seen that, like from the first exercise that we saw, that what you like and what you dislike between each other. If you dislike, that means there are some problems, right? So these are the key. This is the key by which you can solve those problems. So when His Holiness Vedavyasa Swami Maharaj was here, he covered the 12 principles for successful Krishna conscious family life. We are not going to talk about those 12 principles because he has already covered. If you have forgotten about those 12 principles, the audios are there, and I think they were shared some time ago. They are on his website. There are some videos as well for those topics. So if you want to actually go through that again, you can watch those videos. I am just giving just listing these principles here. The first one was alignment with Srila Prabhupada. Second one is spiritual growth and progress. Spiritual equality and material difference. Positive and realistic vision. Mutual respect and appreciation. Commitment and dedication. Open and honest communication. Personal and social responsibility. Economic development and prosperity. Focus on children's welfare. Family love and affection. regulated, balanced, and exemplary lifestyle. Don't worry, I'm in the end, I'm going to give you a link of a website. So ISKCON has, because many of the ISKCON devotees are Grihasthas, there is a Grihastha Vision team who have created a website to give some various things to help the Grihasthas. So on that website you will find lots of articles on parenting or husband and wife relationship, and there are some in the resources folder. If you go, or the link, you will find some downloadable PDF files. So there is a brochure for these 12 principles. For each principle they have given 3 or 4 bullet points. So that brochure will explain this very briefly for you. If you don't have time to watch the videos again or the audios again, you can just go through that brochure on the website, and you can, within 10-15 minutes, you will cover all these 12 points. At least some recap will happen, what these 12 points are. But the points that we are going to cover are on the back of your personal action plan. The 5 points, HEART. But basically they are all related to this Trinadapi. So if you want to improve your family life, the key is Trinadapi verse. If you are able to implement at least some part of this verse in your life, success in Grihastha life. Trinadapi sunichena tarorapi sahishnam amanina bharadena kirtaniya sadahari. One who thinks himself lower than the grass. That includes your spouse as well. So because the spouse is higher than the grass, obviously, you are lower than the grass. So automatically you are going lower. Who's more tolerant than a tree? So you have to tolerate. Who does not expect personal honor? So you don't expect respect, appreciation, but you are prepared to give all respect to others, can very easily always chant the holy name of the Lord and also become successful Grihastha. Doesn't say, but I'm saying that. Actually, you can become successful everywhere with this simple formula. Even at workplace, sometimes we think that, oh, do we not expect? Automatically you start respecting others, you will get respect and reciprocation. That's natural. You appreciate others and you will get appreciation in reciprocation. It doesn't happen that you are respecting someone and he is taking you for granted. Doesn't happen. If you actually respect properly, maybe first time it may not be noticed, but after 2-3 times the person will start noticing, oh, this person is respecting me. So automatically the other person will also start respecting you in reciprocation. It is natural. As long as we are dealing with humans, then that will happen. Sometimes some animals are around, and then we can't do much with them. So Trinadapi is the key. So humility, empathy, appreciation, respect and tolerance. That is the HEART. So we are going to talk about each of them briefly, how they can help in Grihastha life. So first one is humility. H. So opposite to humility is what? Sorry? What is opposite to humility? Ego. Pride. Mataji, you said something. Basically pride, false ego, that is opposite to humility. If you are proud or if your false ego is strong, then it is very difficult to actually maintain the relationship. Your relationship is going to break very soon. It is very difficult. And in Kali Yuga, everyone has false ego. Everyone is proud of something. So that is why in Kali Yuga, the relationships don't last very long. And I am talking about relationships which are like all relationships. Even the friends, parent and children as well, there are so many fighting that is happening. Even children, if you ask them to say sorry, they are not ready to say sorry at that young age itself. They are so reluctant to say sorry. So much false ego in Kali Yuga. They are dependent completely on the parents, but if the parents are teaching them the values, they are, okay, say sorry. They said no. No, they don't say sorry.
They will cry, but they don't say.
So here, humility in Grihastha life is very easy. Seek first to understand and then to be understood. So give first before you expect. If you are expecting some respect, then start giving respect first. If you are expecting some appreciation, start appreciating first. That's the easy formula for Grihastha life. So give first and then automatically you will get. Don't expect first. If you expect first, that's the recipe for disaster. Because both are expecting first. Who's going to give? Pehle mujhe do, I will give. But everyone says that pehle mujhe do, first give it to me. Yeah, no one is going to get, and that's why no one is going to give. So be the first to give. Don't wait for the other person to give. If everyone thinks, like both husband and wife and children as well in the family, they are thinking that I want to be the first to give. Just think. Your house will be Goloka. Yes, Prabhu.
There will be fights on who wants to go first, Prabhu.
That's a good fight, bro. That's a very good fight to have. Good problem to have. If everyone wants to give first, it's an asset, not a problem anymore. Listen attentively, show interest and be present. So how you can give? So seek first to understand, right? So how you can understand is, you have to listen attentively, show interest and be present. It is not that you are working on your Facebook thing or you are doing your WhatsApp at the same time you are listening. That is not listening. Then it is like our chanting, inattentive chanting when we do. We are doing something else and you are chanting. So Krishna is waiting there and saying, yes, yes, I am talking to you, but we are actually seeing this different direction and doing something else. That is what happens. So you are doing it with Krishna, but at least don't do it with your spouse. So don't do it with Krishna as well, please. Be attentive while chanting. So listening is a skill. So if somebody is talking to you, at least pay attention and then rephrase, like paraphrase it and just reply it back. It's just like that, there is no problem to fix. The paraphrasing was that showing that I was listening to you. The first part, why it is important to actually mention that? Because suppose you go wrong in guessing the emotion. So we said, right, take a wild guess. Take a wild guess what your wife is feeling about the situation. And if your expression was completely wrong, she'll say, are you listening to me? So instead of actually getting a better result, you actually got a bad result. So that's why the first part is important. You are paraphrasing what you heard. You are showing that you have listened. She is happy with that you have listened to me. And she is, okay, you are not able to guess my emotion. She will say, so if that is not the emotion, then you say, so how do you feel? And then you will understand what the emotion was.
Stop looking at me, Prabhuji.
No. And then looking everywhere, Prabhu. Not specifically looking at Admit mistakes.
I have a
Yes,
question.
Mate.
So when you say listen attentively, show interest and be present, that also means that you have to give some feedback as well? Or just listen and be quiet?
So listening, what you are saying that when you are listening, you should have some reciprocation.
Yes.
Yeah, so how will otherwise the person know that you have listened or not? So if you are listening means you have to express
and show interest.
Show interest.
If you disagree with something, bro,
yeah.
If you disagree, but you still listen and then just be quiet.
No problem to be solved.
No problem to be solved. That's why it's better to be quiet rather than agreeing or.
So that is why you have to understand what to speak, where and when. You have to speak.
Emotional intelligence.
You showed me yesterday.
Yes,
so,
Mate.
so if you listen and you don't reply, that means you are disagreeing and that's why you're being quiet? Or
that may be one of the ways. That may be one of the reasons.
Or you're not really present?
Yeah, so that can be another reason. That either you are disagreeing.
So should I
respond or
should I not talk then? Like should I not talk, like if I want somebody to listen, if I want you to listen, and you just being quiet, should I next time just remain quiet as
No.
well?
So what you have to do is you have to talk again. You have to actually
How many
gather.
times? How many times?
Yes, express clearly. Express clearly is required. So again, the happy married life, what is required is we have to have that discussion. So when that discussion is happening, we have to find the right time, place and circumstances. The right time is very good, very important point. So if some fight is going on between husband and wife, that is not the right time to talk about all these things.
Keep the distance.
Yeah.
Keep the distance.
Yes. So what you have to do is, when actually the mood is good for both husband and wife, at that time these things needs to be discussed nicely. If both are actually in a good, receptive mood, at that time if the discussion starts, you will get different result. What will happen is you can use that time to set some expectations for each other. And if that expectation is set at that time, you will actually see some differences in future.
Or we should just...
There are differences in life. In every household there is going to be difference. But we have to start understanding how I can use these differences, how can I find opportunities in the differences. Once we start finding opportunities, the 99% problem is solved, then only that 1% implementation is there. That will happen.
Instead of argue, try to explain.
At the time of fighting, that doesn't work. That's why I'm saying that we have to use all this you have to implement all this when it is the right time. At wrong time, maybe remaining quiet, maybe.
Go wrong.
Quiet can be like as tolerant like grass.
No.
Tree.
Being quiet may have an issue also, probably. It's being totally ignorant also. Like I think express clearly, not that I'm passing on the responsibility, but sometimes we are preoccupied with thinking about something, and then if suddenly it need not be.
Pay attention, Prabhuji. Hare Krishna. Prabhuji speaking.
So when we are preoccupied, it need not be just the wife, even the kids. They come and talk. So we are not even listening. Maybe we are nodding our head, but not listening. So we are preoccupied with something else. It would be important to wait until we acknowledge that we are listening, then start.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like it's just passing through the head, like this year to that year. That's all.
So what in such situations I do is sometimes, suppose Anamaji comes and says something to me, and I am in my thoughts. What am I going to speak about this? And after that this, and after that. So I'm creating some story in my mind that I'm going through. And then I realized that, oh, she has spoken something. I said, sorry, I was in my own thoughts. Can you repeat that? Or can we discuss that afterwards or something like that we say. And then we agree to discuss afterwards, or if I can take a break in that and if it's important, actually we talk about that like that. So you can just apologize in that situation. And that's best is to say sorry. I'm coming there. Admit mistakes, make amends.
Even though you're not committed.
Yes, that is the next part. Practice forgiveness, letting go of resentments. Love means to give more than you take. Love means giving more than you take. There's a story from where this line comes from. So this story I read from or heard from His Holiness Indradyumna Swami Maharaj. He is one of the gurus in ISKCON. He writes beautifully. So what he mentioned was, once he was traveling on a plane and he went a little bit late for check-in. So unfortunately he got a middle seat. So there are 3 seats. So he got this middle seat. And then after some times, a very old couple came and sat. The husband sat on one side and the wife sat on the other side. And because they were very old, they were talking very loudly. And they were very excited. And they were talking to each other. And the first thing the husband said, Martha, I love you. So entire airplane is listening because they are talking loudly, right? Martha, I love you. I can't wait for going to LA for our marriage anniversary celebration. And she said, Georgie, I love you too. I can't wait too. And Indradyumna Maharaj is sitting in between. He's a sannyasi. He's hearing. He's hearing what is going on. But he's curious. He says that, so he asked them, so looking at their love for each other, he asked, may I ask you how old are you? They said, a young man, we are 96. So he said, young man, I'm 65. But for them, they are saying that you are a young man. So he's 65 he was 65 at that time. So he's saying, he says to them, so to just strike some conversation, he says that I'm going for one of my disciples' marriage, and they have asked me to speak. Looking at your love at this age, I want to know what is the secret. But he first asked them, for how long you have been married? So they are saying 75 years that they have been married. They are 96 years old and they have been married for 75 years. So understanding that they are married for 75 years, then he is curious to know how did they maintain the relationship and the love for each other for so many years. So he asked them, can you actually share some secrets? He said that I am a monk, I am a renunciate, I don't know. And they have asked me to speak for their marriage. If you can share some secrets, I can pass on the secrets to my disciples. They both, husband and wife, looked at each other, and again in their loud voice, in the same, like in the synchronously they said, love means to give more than you take. Just one line. Love means to give more than you take. And that is the essence of married life. If you actually give more than you take, you will be happy. And you will be actually progressing in Krishna consciousness very faster. What is the meaning of giving more than you take? What do you think? They did not explain further. That's where the story stops. Love means to give more than you take.
Don't expect, but try to do service. Don't expect service.
Always think you are paying less.
Very good. Even if you are actually doing lot of service for others, you have to have an attitude. Remember the first line? Progress in Krishna consciousness depends on the attitude of the follower. So, if you actually have this attitude that my wife or my husband is doing more service for me than I am doing for him or her, automatically you would want to do more for the other person. Looking at that, and both husband and wife are doing like that, you just think, imagine, you are in Goloka. Both husband and wife are thinking that actually my husband loves me more than I love him or her. Right? So you are thinking about wife or your husband like that, and then automatically you want to love more. Automatically you want to do more service. You think that I am more humbler than her, then there is a problem. You have to think that actually she is more humbler than me. So I have to be more humbler than her. So give more than you take. Everything. Now the other points that we are going to talk about, empathetic or appreciation or whatever, give more than you take. If you get one compliment, make sure that you give two. Give more than you take. If you give more than you take, if you listen more from others, automatically you will get more listening as well. So always remember, give more than you take. This one single formula will solve most of the problems in household life. Give more than you take. This other line is very important as well. When you say sorry to someone, that doesn't mean that you are wrong. It just means that you value the relationship more than being right. So it is not that when you are saying sorry that you are wrong. You may be right. But you are valuing the relationship more than being right. That's why you are saying sorry. Who's that? Oh!
But with the sorry part, I think I've heard people sometimes, when I'm discussing with them, they're like, okay, sorry, you're right. Is that the same sorry you're referring to, or is it more, actually, no, I'm sorry, it was my mistake, or the attitude of that sorry?
Yes, it depends on how you are saying that sorry as well. There is a joke that I know. One of the preachers, many of you would have heard from him. Gaur Gopal Prabhu, he makes so many jokes. So he was talking about this. He says that when a person says sorry, when he's wrong, he's honest. When a person says sorry, when he's not sure, then he's called a wise man. And when a person says sorry, when he is right, he's called a husband. It's just a joke. He's a brahmachari, he can crack those jokes.
He doesn't have repercussions.
But understand that main idea, the main point is that you have to value the relationship more than being right. You may be right in some situations, but we don't want to win the small battle but to lose the war. It is better to actually lose this battle. That small battles which goes on between husband and wife. It is better to actually lose that battle and say sorry even when you are actually not at fault. Say sorry, value the relationship, move on. Will you remember these two lines? Love means to give more than you take. Actually, this story I had heard many years ago. But when I wanted to give this seminar, I immediately remembered this. I want to actually give this story. Love means to give more than you take. Because this had so much deep impact on my relationship as well, that I remember this always. In any relationship, if you have this, remember this story. Love means to give more than you take. You will be successful in that relationship. Okay, so that is humility. Next one. The next key is empathy. Empathy, in conflict, your partner usually is feeling the same negative feeling that you are in, just for a different reason. So when some fight is going on, if you are empathetic, you will understand that it is not only you are suffering, your partner is also suffering in that. But maybe for some different reason. He or she has some different view. It is not that he or she is enjoying and you are suffering. When the fight is going on, you should understand that both people are suffering. You should be empathetic for that. If that empathy is there, then you can be compassionate and reach out to help them. You can say sorry, you can start the conversation. Is it possible? Instead of keeping the grudge and not being the first to say sorry, or not being the first to actually break the ice and talk to each other, can we be compassionate? Understand that the other person is also suffering and reach out to help them. If somebody is suffering, you should help them, right? So leave your suffering aside. Because the other person is suffering because of that fight, you should go for helping them. That is empathy.
In case if it is a fight between that means between the two relations, that wife and husband is fighting towards with his mother, for whom they have to give more sacrifice.
Tricky questions are not allowed in this seminar. So the husband and wife are fighting on about the mother-in-law. So what was the point? That which side you should take?
Yeah.
Experience is speaking. Okay, Prabhuji.
The wife should know she is going to be mother-in-law too.
But at present, she is a wife only.
Yes, Prabhuji.
I think we should take wife's side for that moment, Prabhuji, because mothers will be more understanding, more forgiving.
Okay, I will keep quiet and move on. Okay, so we have to actually have empathy for both sides. So it is not that we can just please one side and not the other. What is happening? Sharad is playing alone?
No, they are doing something.
Okay, she's okay now. Okay, so we have to be empathetic for both sides, otherwise you will spoil another relationship. What you should do is, in such situation, generally what we try to do is we try to avoid the problem. Avoiding the problem creates bigger problems. So when, in the beginning itself, when you start seeing that the problem is arriving or arising, then you should actually talk to both of them together. And you should set some rules. So you are going to be sandwiched in between, so you can say, what is my fault in this situation? I love you, my mother, and I love my wife as well. So you have to actually have some, you as a person who's sitting there in between, you have to set some guidelines. That the guideline can be as simple as that I don't want to listen from both of you about if you are complaining about each other. Or when if you want to complain, you can come together and then we can do. Again, don't try to solve the problem. Person who's hearing, don't try to say that, oh, in this situation you are right and in this situation you are wrong. Okay, one problem is solved, one problem is created. Again, remember, there is no problem to fix. You have to just listen from them and be empathetic. So when this happened to you, when you said this to her, it looks like that you felt really, angry. And when you said this to her, you felt angry. So why did you say this to each other? Something simple. I think I'm a little bit being dramatic here. But I think we have to understand that avoiding problems is not going to resolve the issue. In fact, avoiding problems makes it even bigger and bigger. But at the same time, facing the problem doesn't mean that we take it head on, like the two bulls or two are coming together and marching towards each other to break each other's head. That is not how we want to resolve the problems. We want to resolve it properly. So, talk, but talk at the right time, place and circumstance. If you find both in a good mood at the same time, then that is the time you should actually talk. Let's see, the house is now so peaceful and happy just because you have good relationship between each other. And then automatically I am happy, everyone else is also happy in the in house. So if we actually can somehow or the other maintain and tolerate each other, then we can actually progress, all of us progress. So that way we can help. Okay. So there is no time for story. Maybe when we are having our prasadam, at that time I can tell the nice story about empathy. Appreciation, the third point. Focus on the good qualities in your spouse and others. Very simple formula, but very difficult to implement. Try to find some things, even if the relation is very bad. The reason why you were able to get married was that because you would have seen something good. There must be some reason why you got married and you are still married. Yeah, in arranged marriage as well, there would be some reasons or some good qualities that you can find in each other. So those good qualities you should actually start appreciating. Remember, give more than you take. If you give that appreciation, it is natural to happen. You will get appreciation back. You will get empathy back. You will get listening. People will start listening to you. Who doesn't want to listen appreciation? Right? Yeah.
Where does the opposite fall? Like ignoring the bad qualities or ignoring the things that happened in the past, the negative things that happened in the past. Where does that?
Oh, the memory. Especially Mataji's memory. 10 years ago, you said this one line to me. Or 20 years ago, your mother said this to me.
Maybe there will be small things and when they add up, it creates big
So that is why in the previous line we had this forgiveness part was there. So forgiveness, actually if we start appreciating, so main problem, because both husband and wife are going to be different, the problems are like the differences are going to be there. And these small things are going to happen. So we are not like pure devotees who are staying together. Because we are not pure devotees, you can't expect that kind of response from each other. It is going to happen that even if you are like very good advanced devotee, sometime in your life you are going to become angry and you say something stupid. Right? So you have to forgive that. If you keep harboring that in your heart, then you will never make progress. But the best thing is you appreciate. You remember that the bank account example that we talked about yesterday while answering one of the questions. So if you have actually withdrawn from the bank account, you have to start quickly depositing a lot, and that will actually help. But if the memory is still there, you can't help. After again 10 years it may come back. But my personal experience is if you keep doing appreciation, it helps. And if you focus on good qualities, automatically in reciprocation it is not going to happen. That was the story that I was going to mention previously. So we don't have time for that. Prabhuji, can you find out how much time for Prashad?
We can take Prasad 15 minutes late.
No, but if it is ready, that is her service, that she wants to offer hot Prasad. So I should not come in that service in between. Yes, it hasn't been offered. That's why I'm thinking that there is still some time. But if she is waiting for some of us too?
Until 1 o'clock.
But do you have that much energy to listen?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. If you feel that it is too much for you at any moment, I would not feel bad if you walk out. If you're just don't start snoring, Prabhu. You never know, after you slept, you were also doing the same thing. Sorry? Is there a question?
No, I had a question.
Okay.
Like forgiveness, you're mentioning about forgiveness. So forgiving like something that happened at some instant, sometime like out of like a particular situation, one time forgiving is okay. That may be possible. But if it happens, if the same kind of situation happens again and again, and forgiving again and again, is it a really sensible one? Or moving away from the situation, out of the scene, is it sensible?
As I said, tricky questions I don't answer. Okay, so actually what happens is, you have a choice. How you respond to it. Basically we are not actually discussing some magical tricks here. That after going from here, you just throw a mantra and automatically the other person becomes changed. Again, I'm talking. You are the center of attraction, bro. So throw a mantra at Vijay Prabhu and he'll be a changed person. It's not going to happen like that. What we are doing here is not, the principles that we are talking about is not for changing the other person. The principles that we are discussing is for changing ourselves. If the other person also actually hears this and changes, then it will be actually easier to actually come to a better result quickly. But even if one person actually implements this, there is a possibility of improvement. It will take longer. It will require more tolerance. Yeah. So, if you really want to have a different result after this session, then we will have to change. Not instead of expecting the other person will change, we have to actually start from ourselves.
That is reminding Silent, like as you said before, the example what you said, if there is problem between others, then...
Yeah. So when one person is angry, the best response to that anger is to remain quiet. So when we are saying that we should reciprocate and everything, so not in anger. So when we talk, if someone is angry, automatically, because the other person is in mode of ignorance, anger comes in mode of ignorance. If you start responding, automatically that the contagion, because anger is contagious, you will also become angry. At that particular time, you have to remain quiet. You can't say that, you can't quote this example saying that, but Prabhuji said that you have to listen attentively and you have to reciprocate and everything, not in anger. You have to remain quiet at that time. When a right time, place and circumstances arrive, then you should talk again with each other. To resolve this problem permanently. That it is not going to work like this, we have to actually progress further. Because it is not, we saw healthy marriage and unhealthy marriage, the differences. So we have to choose, what do we want the consequences of unhealthy marriage for us? Even if we are not concerned about ourselves. What about our children? What about other people? What about relatives? What about society? Everything we have to think about. So we have to actually see what is the consequence of unhealthy marriage, and in opposite, what is the consequence of healthy marriage, and we have a choice. If you purposely choose these consequences, you are not going to get consequences of healthy marriage. So we have to actually sit together and discuss. We can make change.
Try to understand each other.
Yes. So going back to that story that I wanted to tell. So there is one Jewish rabbi. So it's a Jewish priest. They are called Rabbi in English. Generally Indians call them Rabbi, but they are pronounced as Rabbi. Anyway, so this one person, a very rich person, comes to this Rabbi, and he is very conjuice, a miser. He is known for his miserly things. He is very rich, super rich, and he comes to this Rabbi and says that, "Oh Rabbi, my life is miserable. My life is hellish." So he said, "What happened?" He is saying that my wife, I can't live till she dies. If I want to actually live properly, you must do something that she dies. And Rabbi is shocked. No one has come to him. This is the first time some person has come and said that you do something so that my wife dies. And he's shocked. He's saying, what is happening? And the miserly rich person says, "Oh, my wife, she has turned my life into complete hell. She tortures me. She never says one single good word. Nothing." He says that you have to do something. Now this Rabbi is thinking that generally the situation can never be like this. So he says that, "Okay, let me think about. I will help you. Give me some time. Come after 1 week." So in that 1 week, what he does is, this Rabbi sends one of his disciples. He says that somehow or the other go in this house and find out what is the situation. So when this rich person is not at home, this disciple somehow or the other gets entry in the house, and he hears this wife of this person from inside the room. She is complaining. She is talking loudly to herself. She is saying, "This miserly person, he has made my life hellish. Now not a single grain in the house. He is so rich and he hasn't even given me not a single cent. So I cannot even myself go and buy something. He has so much money, but forget about that. He doesn't even give money, but he doesn't even talk. He is miserly. He is miserly in speaking appreciation as well. I take care of his house so nicely. I keep it clean. I keep everything nicely. But what he does, he either says nothing, or he doesn't give me one single good appreciation word." He hears this and he comes back. And he explains to Rabbi that this is what I heard. Rabbi understands what is the situation. So after 1 week, this person comes, rich person comes, miserly person. And he says that, "So has your thought changed?" No, I still want my wife to die. Otherwise I cannot live." He says, "Okay, so I have a solution." He says that, "I read the scriptures and I was looking for a solution for you. And in one of the scriptures in Jewish tradition, he said that in that particular scripture it is said that if you make a vow and if you don't fulfill the vow, the punishment for that is that person's wife dies. but for you it will be a benediction. So why don't you actually give me a vow and then you don't fulfill it? So he said, yes, that's a good idea. Tell me, what should I do? He says that we don't have, in our town is nice and big, but we don't have a mikvah. Mikvah in Jewish is like a bathing area, the sacred bathing area, like a swimming pool, big one, with some details, some special details are required there. So why don't you actually, anyway you are making a false promise, why don't you make a promise that you will build one of the mikvahs which no one has seen before. It's amazing, as per the perfect Jewish standards, and you don't fulfill that promise and your wife will die. He says, yes, that's a good idea. And he gives that promise. He says that, but how many days will it take for my wife to die? He says, no, it will take some time. No, I can't live with that. You have to give me some specific date. He says, okay, why don't you do this? In front of various witnesses, so 3-4 witnesses, you give me this promise of building a mikvah, which is one of the best, and you will do it as per the Jewish standard, and this size, and very detailed, you can give me a nice vow. And in front of these 3 witnesses, and you don't fulfill that promise, within 3 weeks your wife will die. He says, yes, I am happy. And he immediately gives that promise to the rabbi, and he starts walking. He says, oh, just a minute, just one request. Now anyway your wife is going to die for 3 weeks, within 3 weeks. So my request is that you try to please her in whatever way you can, because anyway anyone actually fulfills the wish of a dying person. So you give her a lot of money so that she can buy whatever she wants. Anyway she is going to die. So she is going to keep whatever after she dies, all the things that she has bought will remain with you. So you have nothing to lose. So you give her a lot of money to buy whatever she wants. And you can speak very nice words, because who speaks bad words to a person who is dying? So only 3 weeks are remaining, so you appreciate her profusely. And what is there to lose? Words are free. So you just give, and whatever she is buying is going to stay with you. So just do that. So the person says, yes, that's fine, that's easy, I will do that. And this person goes home, and then he continues to do. He gives a lot of money to her wife, and then his wife, and then he is appreciating a lot and everything. After 2 weeks, this person comes back crying. He says that, I don't want my wife to die. He says, what happened? You don't want your wife to die? What has happened? He says that, oh, my wife has become a completely different person. He takes care of me so nicely. He says so good words to me. And she's cooking so many different items, and she loves me so much. I never realized it before. And the rabbi says that now there is no possibility. Your wife is going to die. There is 1 more week and she will be dead. Is there any way out? Yes, whatever you have fulfilled, you have given the vow, you fulfill. If you fulfill the vow, your wife will not die. He said, I am ready. So think about this. So this person who is so miserly did not want to give a cent. Now he wants to save his wife because she is so nice. And for that he is ready to spend probably half his fortune in building this mikvah. And he builds it. And then afterwards they live very happily. So this is a Jewish story, but I thought that this was very relevant and very useful. So one person can change the relationship. This is an example of one person who can change the relationship. That's why I thought that, okay, if we have time, we can explain this. So how this thing changed, it is relevant for here empathy as well as for appreciation, both, this story.
There's also another thing. Rabbis are very smart at getting what they need.
All the devotees are tricky. Remember how you started chanting?
Yes.
Okay, so appreciation and empathy basically empathy, if we show to others, automatically, even if it is fake in the beginning, it is going to help you. It is not for the other person you are showing the empathy or appreciation. Just for your own benefit, you can show the empathy and appreciation, and you will see the difference. So focus on good qualities in your spouse and others, and that will be a change. Okay, I'll tell you another story for appreciation because we have time. Hopefully I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah. So one person comes to a village, and outside the village there is a saintly person who is sitting. So he says that I am thinking of migrating to this new place. How are the people like here? So he asks, the saintly person asks him back, how are the people from where you have come from? He says, oh, the people there are really bad. They are angry, they are proud, they are arrogant. And the saintly person says, oh, the people here are same as well. He says, oh, is it? Okay, I will not move here. Then another person comes and asks the same question. I'm thinking of moving here. How are the people like here? He says, he asks the saintly person asks the same question. How are the people like from where you are coming from? He says, oh, the people are very kind, saintly, very nice. The saint says to him, oh, the people are the same here. What does it tell us?
Depends on how we are looking to others.
Yeah. It's actually a reflection of ourselves. It's a reflection of ourselves, what we see in others. So if that is what you are seeing in your village, if you come here, that is what you are going to see here as well. So your relationship is not going to improve. You are not going to have any friends here as well. So you have to appreciate, you have to start appreciating. Instead of finding faults, the same person is there, the same person has some good qualities and some bad qualities. But your goggle is of finding the bad qualities in the other person, you will never see the good qualities. But if your goggle by which you are seeing, if it is finding the good qualities in others, you will find good qualities. Yes, bro. You were asking some question.
Yeah, I was just going to say, where do we draw the line in being realistic with someone and always looking for good qualities? We always just look for good qualities.
Yeah, the best is to always see good qualities. Only if you are in a position, for example, a spiritual master or a teacher, they are supposed to actually also find things which can help the disciples to progress further.
What about like with your relationship, like at work and things like that, where if you're in a management position?
Yeah, so administrative positions as well. The kingly, for example, the kings and kshatriyas, they can't say that I will tolerate this. They are not supposed to tolerate. If they see that somebody is getting harmed, they have to protect. If they see a thief, they have to catch him and punish him. So there they cannot say that I will tolerate. That's not the quality of a kshatriya. Okay, let's move on. So appreciation. Express appreciation and gratitude. We have talked about that. It is a skill that can be and should be cultivated. It's not some magical thing. It's a skill. And the skills are there to be cultivated. You can cultivate a skill. Then respect, R for respect. Believe in your partner's sincerity to be the best person they can be. Api cheta suduracharo, this is the verse 9.30. What it says is that, the Api cheta suduracharo verse 9.30, that Krishna says that even if my devotees have done some very abominable action, but if they are now determined to actually follow the path, then I still accept them as a devotee. So if they are sincere now, if they have done some mistake and if they are sincere now, what it says is they respect them. Don't just keep saying that, oh, you have done this in the past. But look at the present. If the person is now behaving nicely, don't live in the past and just keep scolding or keep referring to the past. So respect the person. And again, give more than you take. Don't expect respect, but give more. If both husband and wife follow this formula, again, Goloka. So if one person is angry or yelling at the other person, then that shows lack of respect. So you have to avoid those things. Tolerance. T for tolerance. 70% of the, so now this is a statistic, all the statistics remember comes from America. 70% of marital disagreements are not solvable but can be managed.
70% can be solvable.
No. Marital disagreements are not solvable. That's why I said that tricky questions I don't want to answer. You can actually only do something, so you have to tolerate. Some part you have to tolerate anyway. Change the thing that can be changed. So those 30%, what you can change, and the remaining, accept.
Accept the thing that can't be changed.
Yeah. So some things you can change. Some things you can't change, you accept them. But that doesn't mean that you accept that, oh, I'm like this, I'm angry. I'm always angry. I'm always disrespectful, I'm arrogant. I will just continue like that. This is part of the 70% that you cannot change. No. I'm saying that disagreements between each other, these things, some of the things will be like that you will not be able to change. So those things you should actually accept, and the things that you can change, you can change. Yes, Madhu?
What can be changed, what cannot be changed? How do we know that difference, like the intelligence?
Yeah. So that you have to talk with each other and try to find, if you have some suggestions, again the suggestion should be only given in a good mood. When the time, place and circumstances is right, when the fight is going on, at that time there is no point in giving some suggestions. But when the time, place and circumstances is right, if you give some suggestions for change, and accept some suggestions for change for yourself as well. It's a give and take. And accept more, give less. If that formula is used, then automatically we are going to be benefited for improving the relationship. So there is no list given in Bhagavad Gita somewhere that these things can be changed, these things cannot be changed.
But the intelligence is given.
Yeah, intelligence is given to us. Pray for the wisdom to know the difference. Last part, personal action plan. So behind your sheet, there are those 5 things mentioned. So the question for you is, how will you use these heart principles to improve your marriage, to make it more healthy? Come up with at least one action for yourself in each of the area. Some practical, whatever based on your own personal circumstances, what you are doing. Okay? So come up with at least one point and then please discuss with your spouses.
Love your wife.
So maybe you can sit together and you can discuss. If both husband and wife are still here, if they are not here, then you can do it separately, and then afterwards when you go home you can discuss. And for the young adults I had also put something else, but they are not here. Are the young adults here? I can't see them anymore.
Because you gave a choice.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I thought it was a personal action plan problem, not for him. Yes, please. Because this is the most important part, and there are 5 things to cover. You can take 10 minutes. It is 12:50 now. So till, okay, take 8 minutes. 12:58, and in 2 minutes we will close it. This is the last thing of the seminar. Okay, you can. There's a lot of space, so you can move separately as well, and you can discuss with each other if you want to.
Reduce up to Krishna. Mutually respecting.
Make some commitments. Without commitment, actually, we cannot progress anywhere. That is why initiation is a commitment. Joining Bhakti Shastri is a commitment. Joining JOSD is a commitment. Coming to retreat is a commitment. Marriage is a commitment. So whenever you give commitment, so some sacrifice is there, so you get some enjoyment as well out of it. Some benefit. So if you do some commitment now, your married life, you will get some benefit as well. Like peace and happiness. So they are already seeing so much benefit. Mataji and Prabhuji are laughing so much. See, their commitment is already giving them benefit. Progress in Krishna consciousness depends on the attitude of the follower. So have the attitude that you want to actually make some progress, you want to improve your relationship with your spouse. If you have that, guaranteed you will see some benefit.
ఆలోచించి కొంచెం ఆగి టైంకి ఆలోచించి ఇష్యూ గురించి కాదు.
అప్రిషియేషన్ బాగుంటారా ఉంటారు
చాలా తాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు నేనేమో ఎట్లా అంటాను రాజా గిరాక రాజా మాస్టర్
quite quick. And Kirti Guru.
It's easy when we're by ourselves.
Okay, but you have a job to do. The half part you have to do it afterwards. Yes. Distribute this evaluation forms for you and these guidelines for married devotees. So there is a feedback form that we are distributing. So feedback form doesn't have a name, so it is anonymous. So please give your feedback without thinking that oh my name will be known or whatever. So just give whatever you feel that is right. So we can improve. We want to improve. We want to give more than we take. So individually you can fill, and those devotees who are not here, Vijay Prabhu, can you take the service? When we are actually, everyone will be here for prasadam for sure. So at that time you can distribute the feedback form. The remaining feedback forms. Those who are here you give now, but those who are not here, you can ask for feedback. Is that okay or should I give to someone else? Okay. The other, this page that I am going to pass on to you.
I don't look at the discounts. This for 70%.
Hare Krishna. Okay, let them complete anyway. So I'll distribute this afterwards.
No, Prabhuji, it is common in Mataji's.
So feedback form needs to be completed not now. Just before going, you make sure that you give it to Mother Karunamai. Bell is not here, man. So you just use clapping.
Bell is fixed for you.
Fixed, yeah.
Prabhuji.
Is it fixed?
Yes, Prabhuji, I have one question.
Yes.
Respect. So you said believe in your partner's sincerity to be the best person they can be. So although they are not sincere, we should believe that they are sincerely putting the effort towards doing something.
No. What it says is Apicheta Suduracharo, that verse was explained. So the Apicheta Suduracharo verse mentions that even if someone has done some abominable activity in the past, if they have this determination to improve now, then they can actually, Krishna accept them as a devotee. Okay, time up. We need to close this in 1 minute. Hare Krishna. So if you can look at me before and the feedback form can be done afterwards. So last slide, resources. As I was mentioning about this website, It is called VaishnavaFamilyResources.org. You can go and visit this website. This is done by Grihastha Vision team. And there are some PDFs on the resources section where these 12 principles are mentioned with some bullet points, as well as there are some other articles which will be useful for you as a Grihastha. So please visit it, and if you have any question about anything that is mentioned there, you can send it to me. And also about this seminar, if you think about any questions afterwards, please talk to me or Anand Manjari, and we will try to resolve. The other page that I am going to give you is this, the tips from His Holiness Bhakti Rasamrita Swami. So some time ago, this article had come to me which said 20 guidelines for married devotees. So I felt it was good. I think most of these points we have covered one way or the other. So it is mainly of how to improve your sadhana and all these things. So I am passing it on to you. This is for your home reading. Okay? So if you can distribute this. Thank you very much for listening so patiently for 2 days, and I am just hoping and I am praying as well that your relationship with each other improves, and that will help in improving your relationship with Krishna as well. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.